463, leaving the Yang family's drugstore, he went to the old school that was neither destroyed nor used. Chen Pinggan stood outside the window with an umbrella and looked inside. There seemed to be the sound of reading in his ears. Just like when he was young, he squatted by the wall and listened to the teacher's lectures. Leaving the school, he went to the new school built by the Chen family in the Dragon Tail Creek, which was much bigger than the old school. Chen Pinggan stopped outside the memorial arch and turned to leave. Walking past the place called Crab Square in his hometown, Chen Pinggan looked up and walked around. There were 4 plaques written by the saints, which were the Confucian schools. Buddhism's don't ask for external help, Taoism's hope is natural, and military's Qi Chong fighting ball. After the Pearl Cave fell, it was copied layer by layer by the Dali imperial court with a secret technique, which stripped all the spirit contained in the words. It was unknown who got these lucky chances. Looking up at the word hope, Chen Pinggan thought about what Kui Dongshan said in the letter. His eyes were dark and unclear, and his thoughts were wandering. After that, he passed by the Iron Lock Well, which was now privately bought and became a forbidden area. The local people were not allowed to draw water, and a low fence surrounded the outside. Chen Pinggan thought of the young man who got the iron chain at B-Tail Ferry. He was the disciple of Liu Larocheng of Gongliu Island, a tall and gentle young man in black. Not only did he think so, even Pei Qian thought that the young man was a good person, so he must be a good person. Later on, the reason why Chen Pinggan dared to take the risk and ascend Gong Willow Island was all thanks to him. Chen Pinggan always felt that Liu Larocheng, a rogue cultivator who could teach such a disciple, would not be so bad as to have a rotten belly. Facts proved that Chen Pinggan made the right bet. However, every time he thought about the scheming with Liu Larocheng, it would still cause Chen Pinggan to have a lingering fear. Chen Pinggan suddenly laughed. For some reason, standing outside the fence and looking at the well at this moment, it was a bit like looking at the heavenly gate to the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the inverted mountain. There was a man holding a sword sitting on the top of a stone tablet, and a little Taoist boy reading on a futon. Chen Pinggan traveled far and wide, and felt that the only place that could compete with this small town with hidden dragons and crouching tigers was the inverted mountain. As the largest mountain seal in the world, it was the second Taoist master's great work. Chen Pinggan raised his head and looked at the sky. After retracting his gaze, he looked at the civil and military temples in the distance. One of them was in the old porcelain mountain, and the other was in the immortal's tomb. Both were very particular. Chen Pinggan did not go near the ancestral temples, especially the old porcelain mountain that he rarely went to when he was young. It was very far away, but Chen Pinggan strolled around the newly renovated immortal's tomb for a long time. Many of the statues of bodhisattvas and heavenly officials had been repaired by Dalis skilled craftsmen. They were rebuilt one by one, but they were not completely finished. There were still many craftsmen working on the tall wooden frames. It was said that the Dali imperial court planned to continue expanding the civil and military temples, and then put the bodhisattvas and Taoist heavenly officials in one of the temples. When the time came, the civil and military temples here, although it was a county temple, would be the most magnificent civil and military temples in all of Dali. When the time came, there would be a lot of incense, and an endless stream of high-ranking officials and dignitaries would come to burn incense and worship the gods. In the beginning, it was actually Chen Pinggan who asked Wan Xiu to help him repair the statues and build the houses. However, it was quickly handed over by the Dali government. After that, no private person was allowed to interfere. Among the 3 statues that were originally collapsed, Chen Pinggan had thrown 3 gold copper coins. Although Chen Pinggan urgently needed these things now, he did not have the slightest intention to pursue any clues. If they were still there, it would be fate. If they were accidentally found by children or villagers, it would be an unexpected fortune for them. However, Chen Pinggan felt that the latter was more likely. After all, in the past few years, the local people went up the mountain and down the river, rummaged through chests and cupboards, and scoured the ground in search of their ancestral treasures and heavenly minerals and earthly treasures. Then, they took them to the Oxhorn Mountain and sold them for money. Then, they went to the Longquan County to buy a big house and increase the number of maids and servants. Chen Pinggan did not think that what they did was wrong. He just felt that even if they wanted to sell them, they should have done it later. The price would only be higher. It was also an immortal artifact. If they sold it a few years later, it was possible that the price would increase several times. Why did the Oxhorn Mountain and the Shu clan do the same thing? Why did they take the initiative to withdraw from the Longquan County and give up a huge immortal ferry for the Song clan? At the beginning, Chen Pinggan felt that the bundle shop had made a wrong bet. They had bet on the Zhuiying dynasty. Now it seemed that it was very likely that they had bought too many treasures at a low price. The immortal money they had earned was so much that even the bundle shop felt sorry for it. Therefore, when the situation in the central part of the Aquarius continent became clear, the bundle shop weighed the pros and cons. They used an immortal ferry for their shops in exchange for a protective talisman from the Dali cavalry. This was equivalent to burning an incense stick with the Song clan. In the long run, the bundle shop might even earn more. Chen Pinggan felt that his thoughts were most likely the truth. Doing business with the government was quick to make money, but it was also quick. It was not the right way. As for how to do business that was not biased towards money, Chen Pinggan naturally did not know. Presumably, Sun Jiashu of Old Dragon City and Liu Zhongruan of Pearl Hairpin Island were more clear about the rules. He could ask them in the future. The layout of the immortal tomb had changed a lot. Revisiting the old places, many places that he wanted to go could not be visited. The places that he could not go before now had pavilions and viewing platforms. Chen Pinggan rested in a small pavilion with raised eaves. Among the many helpers of the craftsmen, there were many survivors of the Liu family who had migrated to Longquan County. Chen Pinggan had seen many convicts in the past. Because of the mountain god temple and the burning of incense in Luorpa Mountain, there were traces of convicts. Compared to the past, these survivors who were busy doing odd jobs in the immortal tomb were mostly young and strong. They still did not speak much, but they were no longer as disheartened as they were in the early days. Probably after years of hardship, they each had their own little hopes. Yu Lu, thank you. One was the crown prince of a fallen Liu dynasty, the other was the god's favored son of an immortal family on the mountain. They were not fish that escaped the net. In fact, they were pawns selected by Kui Dong and Dali respectively. After a series of behind-the-scenes transactions, they ended up as students of the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. Yu Lu and Jiao Xian had a good relationship. They were somewhat like brothers in distress. One was exiled in a foreign land, the other was a hostage in an enemy country. As for Thank You, he was indeed bullied badly by Kui Dongshan in the past few years. But just as the old man surnamed Kui would not interfere in the affairs of Chen Pinggan and Pei Qian, Chen Pinggan would not order him around just because he was Kui Dongshan's teacher. How to show kindness to others was a great skill. The 3 words I think could not make up for the consequences of doing bad things with good intentions. The layout of the place where he fought with Ma Kushuan had changed greatly. Outsiders could no longer set foot there. Wei Pai had mentioned that the immortal tomb and the old porcelain mountain could be visited freely during the day. But at night, the great cultivators of the school of Yin-Yang and the school of Moism would appear and set up formations. They would be responsible for affecting the foundation of the mountain and the water. At that time, it would not be suitable for a night tour. Chen Pinggan felt a little regretful that he could not return to the battlefield site where he fought with Ma Kushuan. He walked slowly along a familiar route that often appeared in his dreams. Halfway there, Chen Pinggan squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil. He stopped for a moment before he started again. He went to the sword-making shop that did not move to the spiritual beauty mountain with him. He heard that a woman who was expelled from the Wind Snow Temple had taken Wan Tong as her master. She cultivated here and guarded her ancestral property. She even chopped off the thumb of her hand that held the sword to prove to Wan Tong that she had made a clean break with the past. Chen Pinggan walked slowly along the Dragon Whisker River. It was destined that he would not be able to find a single snake gall stone. Opportunities were fleeting. Chen Pinggan still had a few high-quality snake gall stones. 5 or 6. On the other hand, there were not many ordinary snake gallstones left. He originally had a lot of them. Chen Pinggan did not return to Luorpa Mountain. Instead, He crossed the stone arch bridge that had been restored to its original appearance and went to find the small temple. Many names were written on the walls of the temple. Chen Pinggan, Liu Xianyang, and Ji Yukan were among them. The three of them were written together in a blank space at the top of the wall. The ladder was stolen by Liu Xianyang, and the charcoal was taken by Ji Yukan from home. When he got there, he found that the small temple for people to rest in had disappeared. It was as if it had never been there. Only then did he remember that it seemed to have been taken by old Yang. He just didn't know what was going on here. Returning to the bank of the Dragon Whisker River, Chen Pinggan went down the river. The road opposite had been widened into one of the post-house roads of Longquan County. It was the road that Chen Pinggan left his hometown when he first went out to travel. In the beginning, there was only a little girl in a red cotton-padded jacket by his side. He took care of the little girl along the way, passing through green mountains and clear waters. But in fact, it was also the little girl who silently supported the mentality of the youngest martial uncle, which allowed him to travel far away from home and never give up. Chen Pinggan passed by a temple of the water god that had been accepted by the Dali imperial court as an orthodox temple of the water god. There was almost no incense, and its name was also strange. It seemed to only have a golden body and an ancestral temple. It was even worse than the obscene temples in other countries because there was not even a decent plaque. Until now, few people were sure whether it was a temple of the river god or a temple of the goddess of the river. On the other hand, the temple of the river god on the Tiefu River was built very magnificently. The people of the town would rather walk more than 100 miles to burn incense and pray for the goddess of the river. Of course, there was also the most important reason. According to the old people of the town, the statue of the goddess in the ancestral temple looked too much like the appearance of an old woman in Apricot Blossom Lane when she was young. The old people, especially the old women in the streets, would tell the younger generation not to burn incense as it was easy to attract evil spirits. Chen Pinggan didn't enter the ancestral temple. He continued to walk down until he reached the Tiefu River deity temple. The Tiefu River was now Dali's top river, and its deity position was revered. As a result, the standard of the ceremony was extremely high, much higher than the Embroidery River and the Jade Liquid River. If it wasn't for the fact that Longquan was only a prefecture now, it wouldn't have been the prefectural governor Wu Yuan. Instead, it would have been the prefectural governor, who would personally come here every year to pay respects to the river god, praying for favorable weather and no drought or flood for the people under his jurisdiction. On the other hand, it was enough for the prefect of Xiuhua River and Yuya River to personally visit the river deity temple. Occasionally, when he was busy with work, it was not considered an offense to let the subordinate officials pay respects. After Chen Pinggan left, ripples appeared on the clay statue of a deity in the ancestral temple behind him. Mist filled the air, revealing the face of a young woman. She sighed and frowned. With almost no incense left, she couldn't help but complain. However, after a while, she didn't have the mood to scold people like she used to in Apricot Blossom Lane. Hunger cures all diseases. Chen Pinggan quickened his pace, walking faster and faster. Finally, he started the 6-step stance walking. It had been 3 years since he put down the Book of Shaking Mountains and did not practice the 3 fist stances. He was slightly rusty. According to the expert Elder Kui, Chen Pinggan's current physical condition was both good and bad. The good part was that he had the physique of a martial artist. After 3 years of silence in the Book Lake, his basic foundation was still fine. The fire dragon immortal of the North Continent had taught him 3 times in the air, which benefited him a lot. Otherwise, Chen Pinggan would have walked into the verdant canyon island and left the Book Lake lying down. However, the path of cultivation was full of setbacks. After the golden body script gallbladder was broken, the after-effects were huge. Back then, he created the natal item of the 5 elements as the key to rebuilding the longevity bridge. The higher the grade, the more related it would be. After the collapse, it would be harder to climb up and harder to fall. This point, like what Elder Kui said, would poke a big hole in Chen Pinggan's state of mind after witnessing the Sword Celestial's elegance. It would be even more difficult to rebuild after breaking it. Therefore, it was urgent for him to refine the 3rd natal item. Therefore, Kui Dongshan changed his original intention in the secret letter he left in the bamboo house. He suggested that Chen Pinggan, the natal item of the 5 elements, should still be the soil of the new 5 peaks of Dali that Chen Pinggan had given up. Kui Dongshan did not explain the reason in detail. He only asked Chen Pinggan to trust him once. As the imperial tutor of Dali, once he annexed the entire Aquarius continent and became the land of Dali, he naturally knew which 5 peaks to choose as the new 5 peaks. For example, in the Longquan county of Dali, Mount Biyun was promoted to the northern peak. In the entire Dali, the number of people who knew about this, including the late Emperor Song Zhengchun, could be counted with one's fingers. The middle peak was the old middle peak of the Zhuiying dynasty. Not only that, the great mountain god, who was forced to change his sect due to the general trend, still maintained the golden body of the ancestral temple. He took a step further and became the middle peak of a continent. In return, this untouched god had to help the Song clan to stabilize the fate of the new rivers and mountains. Any cultivator within the jurisdiction could be protected by the middle peak. However, they also had to be restrained by the middle peak. Otherwise, Dali's iron cavalry could not be blamed for turning hostile and taking care of its golden body. The hero of Moism, Shu Ruo, was personally in charge of this matter and was stationed near the ancestral temple. When the time came, Ruan Tong would also leave Longquan County and head to the new western peak. It wasn't too far away from the Wind Snow Temple. The new western peak was called Ganju Mountain. It had always been absent from the local 5 peaks. This time, it could be considered to have ascended to the heavens in a single bound. A group of Dali's top consecrators, all of whom were earth immortals like Jindan and nascent soul cultivators, would head to the new eastern peak called Mount Chishan. They would patrol the borders together and prevent the stubborn cultivators of the fallen country from infiltrating. They would destroy the local landscape even if it meant risking their lives. As for the southern peak, Fan Junmaro would be the mountain god there. Regarding the location of Dali's new southern peak, Kui Dongshan kept him in suspense. He said that Mr. could wait and see. When the time came, he would understand what it meant to pile up soil into a mountain. Therefore, Kui Dongshan confessed in the letter that he would take this opportunity to dig up soil from the other 4 new peaks. How could it be called stealing when it came to the affairs of scholars? Moreover, even if Mr. was unwilling to choose the 5-colored mountain soil in the end, as his next natal item, baskets of precious soil should at least be filled to the brim with a Fengsuan item. This would be a huge sum of money. Taking advantage of the lax security now, it would be a waste not to take it. As for Wei Pai of the northern peak, Mr. was wearing the same pants as him anyway, so why be polite? Chen Pinggan had unknowingly arrived at the solemn river deity temple. The incense here was too exuberant and couldn't be compared to the buried river deity temple. In the middle of the night, there were still more than 1,000 pilgrims waiting outside, waiting bitterly to enter the temple to burn incense. After all, there weren't many people in the area of Longquan County. When Longquan was promoted from a county to a province, the Dali imperial court would continuously immigrate here. At that time, one could completely imagine the lively scene of this Dali River deity temple. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment before stepping in. The ancient cypress trees were lush, most of them were transplanted from the mountains in the west. At the side of the main hall, Chen Pinggan stepped over the threshold and raised his head to look at the painted clay statue. It was 4 feet tall, vivid and lifelike, with ribbons lingering around it, as if it was about to ascend. The height of the golden statue, to a large extent, signified a god's position in a country's imperial court. For example, in the ancestral temple that Chen Pinggan had passed by earlier, the statue was only a little more than 10 feet tall. Chen Pinggan knew about this secret. This river deity's real name was Yang Hua, and she was once the personal maid of Empress Dali. She hugged an ancient sword with a long golden tassel, but later on, for some unknown reason, she gave up her human body and died as a god, becoming the god of this river. She suffered great pain in the water, and when she was sculpting the golden body of a god, she had once attracted a vision. The golden body's rank was extremely high, causing the Dali imperial court to attach great importance to it. First, the river was promoted to a river, and then this water deity was directly promoted to the highest position among the river deities. Chen Pinggan didn't burn incense, nor did he make any respectful actions. After staying for a moment, he left the main hall, walked out of the ancestral temple that occupied a vast area, and returned the way he came. From the beginning to the end, the atmosphere of the river deity temple was quiet, with only the incense burning in spirals. Chen Pinggan didn't bother Wei Pai this time. When he walked back to Luopa Mountain, it was already dusk of the second day. During this time, he also visited a few mountains along the way. When he got a few bags of gold and copper coins, Wan Ting suggested that he buy a mountain. Chen Pinggan alone took the map drawn by the Kill Affair Supervision Department and walked through the mountains. Finally, he picked 5 mountains, including Luopa Mountain and Zhenju Mountain. Now that he thought about it, it really felt like a lifetime ago. After Chen Pinggan climbed the mountain, he first went to the bamboo house. The monk could run away, but the temple couldn't run away. He couldn't hide from the old man every day. Besides, if the old man really wanted to beat him, he couldn't avoid it. Chen Pinggan wrote a few letters on the first floor, intending to send them to Cliff Academy, Liu Jimao and Ji Yu Kan of Verdant Gorge Island, and Song Yushao of Combe Country. Among the letters sent to Ji Yu Kan, he also wanted to help pass a message to Liu Zhongruan of Pearl Hairpin Island. As for the flying sword message sent to Liu Jimao, it mentioned the situation of the female officer of Spring Court Mansion, Hong Su. Liu Jimao didn't die. Now, not only had he safely walked out of the water prison of Gongliu Island and returned to Verdant Gorge Island, but he had also changed. Like Liu Larocheng, he had become a consecrator of the Jade Gui sect and was ranked 3rd. The many forces of Book Lake who kicked Verdant Gorge Island when they were down would probably have to bear the consequences. As for the disciples and consecrators of Verdant Gorge Island, they would probably suffer even more. For example, the smart person who planned everything on the premise that his master, Liu Larocheng, would die, the Golden Core cultivator of White Scale Island, Tian Hu. Therefore, the old saying that people should leave a way out was very reasonable. The last letter was written to Zhong Kuei of Taiping Mountain in Tongyi Continent. It needed to be sent to Old Dragon City first and then sent by cross-continent flying sword. As for the other letters, there was a sword house at the ferry of Oxhorn Mountain. Within a continent, as long as it was not too remote and weak, it could be reached smoothly. However, the flying sword of the sword house was now firmly controlled by the Dali military, so it still needed to pull the banner of Wei Pai. If it was Wan Ting, it would not be so troublesome. After all, Luopa Mountain was still not mature enough. After writing a letter, he found Pei Qian and Zhu Lian and asked them to send it to Oxhorn Mountain. Pei Qian was in high spirits. He wanted to call the little boy in green and the girl in pink to go with him. It was better to have fun together than to be alone. However, Chen Pinggan stopped them. Pei Qian had to go down the mountain with the old chef. However, he asked his master if he could take the Chu Huang horse. Chen Pinggan said yes, so Pei Qian swaggered out of the courtyard. She originally thought that she would only be able to ask her master for a little donkey the next time she roamed Jianghu. She did not expect to be able to ride a big horse now. Why not stop roaming Jianghu in the future and ride a horse around Luopa Mountain? She did not have to meet so many bad people she did not like. When she was hungry, she could run back to Luopa Mountain and did not have to worry about food or clothing. This kind of Jianghu was small, but she liked it very much. Zheng Dafeng was no longer on the mountain. He said that he went to Longquan County City to settle some accounts and then came to Luopa Mountain to stay. Zheng Dafeng probably owed a lot of money to restaurants and inns, so he borrowed money from Zhu Lian. As for whether he would pay it back or when, only God knew. The girl called Center Yuanji was standing in the courtyard at that time, at a loss. Her face was red and she did not dare to look at the young mountain lord of Luopa Mountain. Chen Pinggan naturally didn't mind that little misunderstanding. To tell the truth, he had thought too highly of himself at first, mistakenly thinking that Zhu Lian's words had hit the nail on the head. He hadn't expected that the naive young girl would be hit in the head so quickly, and Chen Pinggan was a little disappointed. It was not that Chen Pinggan was really a playboy, but which man in the world did not like his appearance not annoying? Chen Pinggan also did not deliberately neglect Center Yuanji. He repeated the words he said to the Center family in Longquan County City. Since she had come to Luopa Mountain and wanted to practice martial arts here, there must be rules. It was best to first clarify with Zhu Lian. Then, as long as it was within the rules, there would be no taboos. Moreover, even if she was punished in the future and felt that she was not wrong, there was no need to worry. She could directly look for Chen Pinggan to reason with him and no one would stop her. As long as what she said was right, Chen Pinggan would recognize her reason. Center Yuanji was in a daze. She nodded but still did not speak. She was both relieved and worried. She was relieved that Luopa Mountain was not a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. She was worried that other than old immortal Zhu, why did the young hill master, the hill master's first disciple, and the pair of little attendants in green and pink dress differ so much from Center Yuanji's image of a cultivator on the mountain? The only one who fit her image of an immortal, Wei Pai, was not a cultivator on Luopa Mountain. As for the old man named Sharu, he did not like to talk and was even more strange. Just looking at him was enough to frighten people. Center Yuanji sighed in her heart. Whatever, it was better to practice martial arts in peace. Chen Pinggan brought the little attendant in green and the little girl in pink dress to the stone table by the cliff near the bamboo building. The little girl in pink dress sat beside Chen Pinggan. Her position was towards the north so that she would not block her master's view towards the south. The little attendant in green sat opposite Chen Pinggan. He stretched out his hand and the little girl in pink dress took out a handful of melon seeds. After spending so much time with Pei Qian who liked to eat melon seeds, she was somewhat like a peddler selling melon seeds. Chen Pinggan said seriously, "It's not a good thing that you don't have an official name. In the future, there may be a sect in Luopa Mountain. Maybe there will even be a hall of ancestors. However, you should hide your natal names well. I haven't asked you all these years and I won't ask for them in the future. Even if Luopa Mountain becomes a real cultivation mountain in the future, I won't ask for it from you. I can say it now. In the future, if anyone talks nonsense and wants to talk about something, you can tell me and I will talk to him. But in the future, you must have a name that can be recorded in the Hall of Ancestors. So, do you have a preferred alias? The so-called natal names of the monsters in the mountains and rivers must be carefully engraved somewhere in the Heart Lake, Heart Door, and Heartfield. Especially after turning into human form, this name was indispensable. It was equivalent to announcing to the world, like the title of a country. If the monsters in the mountains were not willing to be recorded, they would be excluded by the great Tao of the world and have a bumpy life. Many monsters in the mountains and lakes far away from the human world did not know this Tao. The reason why it was so difficult to achieve Tao was that no one on the path of cultivation told them about this. This led to hundreds and thousands of years of being nameless, stumbling, and slow in breaking through realms. It was one of the fundamental reasons why they were not recognized by the world. However, once the real name was known by the cultivator, the monsters would be held against them. Therefore, Chen Pinggan had never asked the little attendant in green and the little girl in pink for their natal names. Chen Pinggan suddenly smiled and said confidently, "If you can't think of it, it's okay. I'll help you come up with a name. I'm good at this." The little attendant in green who was still shaking his head and eating melon seeds suddenly threw the melon seeds on the table as if he was struck by lightning. He put his hands on the stone table and wailed, "You can't do this. I can slowly think of a name myself. Master, you're already working so hard, don't trouble yourself anymore." Even the little girl in pink who was closest to Chen Pinggan had her adorable face stiffened. Chen Pinggan looked at the little attendant in green and then at the little girl in pink. "You really don't need my help. You won't get another chance like this if you miss this opportunity. Don't regret it." The little attendant in green rubbed his cheeks hurriedly and muttered, "Bloody hell, I've just survived a disaster." Afraid that her master would be sad, the little girl in pink pretended that she was not that happy and kept a straight face. Chen Pinggan did not give up and asked tentatively, "On my way back home, I came up with a few names. Why don't you guys listen to them first?" The little attendant in green was on the verge of tears. "Master, I've heard that the knowledge of scholars is limited. Every bit of it is used up. 4 swords on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month to subdue demons and demons. Master, your knowledge and talent should be almost used up by now. Please use it sparingly. The little attendant in green slammed his head on the stone table and pretended to be dead. However, he was truly bored and would occasionally reach out to grab a melon seed. Tilting his head slightly, he secretly ate it. Chen Pinggan sighed. All right then. Let me know when you regret it. The little attendant in green plastered his face on the table and made a funny face at the little girl in pink. The little girl in pink covered her mouth and laughed. With a gentle smile, Chen Pinggan rubbed her little head. On the way back home, Chen Pinggan rode on horseback and flipped through the bamboo slips one after another. He browsed through the beautiful words on them carefully so that he could come up with a nice name for the 2 little fellows. It was a pity that heroes had no place to display their talents. After they were done with their discussion, the 2 little fellows stood up and bade farewell before running off at a breakneck speed. Chen Pinggan could not help but laugh. He sat where he was. There were still some melon seeds left on the table that the little attendant in green had not finished eating. He picked them up one by one and ate them alone. The imperial court would send an assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights over the matter of him signing a mountain contract with the Song clan. Chen Pinggan clapped his hands and took out the true body talisman of the day and night wandering god. He was a little hesitant. Wei Pai had said before that although the Li family of Fortune Street had a deep foundation, the Li family's patriarch had spent a lot of money to forcefully break through the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm and reach the nascent Soul realm. Moreover, this nascent Soul realm cultivator, who was extremely young compared to the cultivators outside, was used to the small world of the early years after the restriction of the Black Pearl Grotto heaven was broken. Now that he had returned to the big world, it was a disaster. His foundation was too shallow and his realm was too high. As a result, it formed a dangerous situation where seawater poured in. He needed to spend immortal money to build a dam to prevent the continuous invasion of the murky yin aura. In addition, the Li family had now taken over a big house for the descendants of a fallen noble in the capital of Dali. The expenses were huge, so the Li family was really short of money now. The original 4 surnames and 10 clans of Fortune Street and Peachleaf Alley in the small town had changed greatly. Some had already moved out and then there was no news of them. Some had been silent since then. It was unknown whether they were accumulating power or being harmed by unknown schemes behind the scenes. Some clans that were not included in this list back then, such as the Xie family of Peachleaf Alley that had produced long eyebrows, were now second to none in Peachleaf Alley because of the patriarch of the North Continent's Lord of Heaven, Xie Shi. On the 2nd floor, the old man said, "Start practicing martial arts tomorrow." Chen Pinggan responded and stood up. He went to the small pond behind the bamboo building. The pond water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. After Wei Pai opened up this small pond, the source of the water was not simple. It came directly from Mount Biyun. Then, he threw the golden lotus seed into it. Chen Pinggan squatted at the side and patted the ground gently. He smiled and said, "Come out." A little lotus figure broke out of the ground. There was no mud on her body. She giggled and pulled Chen Pinggan's green robe. She sat on Chen Pinggan's shoulder. Chen Pinggan had already told Wei Pai to help take care of the little lotus figure. Wei Pai's eyes were in a daze. He just nodded. He looked at the small pond for a while. Of course, he could not see a flower. Chen Pinggan stood up and led the little lotus figure to the 1st floor. This was Chen Pinggan's official residence. Many items were left here. When Chen Pinggan was not at Luopa Mountain, the girl in the pink dress would clean it every day. She also did not allow the little boy in green to enter. Chen Pinggan sat at the table and suddenly smiled. He was still wearing his green robe. Then, should he be the accountant again? Carefully take stock of his current belongings? The little lotus figure jumped onto the table and began to run around. She checked the items and books on the table to see if they were neatly arranged. She looked meticulously. If anything was not neatly arranged, she would gently move them. The little guy was very busy. Chen Pinggan suddenly caught a glimpse of a seal box on the table. After opening it, There was a private seal inside. He had not carried it with him during his several travels. It was probably the treasure of Luopa Mountain now. Chen Pinggan raised the seal high. There were 3 words engraved on it. Chen Shi. Chen Pinggan kept looking at the 3 small ancient seal characters. Chen Pinggan placed the seal on the table. His chin rested on his folded arms as he stared at the seal characters at the bottom of the seal. Chen Pinggan sat up and twisted his wrist. He controlled his mind and took out the life item water seal from his life underwater residence. He gently placed it to the side. Finally, the 2 seals were no longer just shadows. Chen Pinggan lay on the table again and muttered to himself, I hope that one day, when someone tries to reason with me, they will first ask my fist and sword if they agree. But now, my fist technique is not good and my sword technique is not good. Half of the 10-year agreement is already over. What should I do? At this moment, the sword immortal in the scabbard on his back was like a dragon that added the finishing touch. 464. By the way, Swords of the Future is already on Kindle. Those who are used to reading on Kindle can read it there. As for the rest of my friends, Swords of the Future is 40,000, with an average subscription of nearly 35,000, and close to 30,000 in 24 hours. Thank you for your company in the past year and a half. Swords of the Future will take at least another year and a half to write. On the first floor of the bamboo building, a row of antique shelves had been placed. The wood was simple and elegant, with many grids and few treasures. Chen Pinggan wanted to take out something from the square-inch object and the close object to decorate the shop. However, Chen Pinggan was stunned. Logically speaking, Chen Pinggan had seen and handled many good things after so many years of traveling. However, it seemed that other than the gift from Lu Tai from the Fuming Sect, the gift from Wu Yi from the Xiang Prefecture, the painting of a court lady that Chen Pinggan bought from the Crying Ape Street in Pool Water City, and a few small items given by the old shopkeeper as a reward, there was not much left. His family's wealth was thinner than Chen Pinggan had imagined. Each treasure was like a leaf of duckweed spinning in the water, disappearing and disappearing at will. Chen Pinggan suddenly thought of the pass on the border between the Shahao Nation and the Meili Nation. Stay Pass. It was called Stay, but in fact, it could not keep anything. Some were temporarily lent to others, such as Wei Yixian's ancestor Ju Armor West Peak, Lu Baixiang's narrow saber Still Snow, Sui Yu's Sword of Infatuation, Wei Pai's Jade Token I'm Good at Nurturing the Great Spirit, Ji Yu Kan's 2 Yama Halls and the Fake Glazed Pavilion, and so on. Most of them were directly given away, such as the City God's Blessing Seal from the Tsai Nation's Tuoji County. Everyone from the Luopa Mountain and the Cliff Academy had received a gift from Chen Pinggan. Not to mention these acquaintances, even the dog meat shop in the Shahao Nation, Chen Pinggan could give a small sum of money. In the mountain forest by the Spring Flower River in the Meili Nation, Chen Pinggan gave money and medicine. Earlier, on the Osmanthus Island, there were countless snake gall stones that he sprinkled into the water to feed a young flood dragon. Chen Pinggan laughed at himself. When I give it away, I'm generous, but when I think of it, my heart and liver hurts. After pondering for a moment, Chen Pinggan rubbed his chin and nodded his head. Good poem. The little lotus person was originally sitting on the table resting, but after hearing Chen Pinggan's words, he immediately fell backwards and lay on the ground. He only had one small arm left, and there he was patting his stomach with all his strength, laughing non-stop. Looking at the little guy's cute appearance, Chen Pinggan was also very happy. In the Luopa Mountain, as long as it was not flattery, Chen Pinggan would find it pleasing to the ear. Chen Pinggan stretched out a finger and gently tickled the little fellow's armpit. The little fellow rolled all over the floor, but in the end, he still couldn't escape from Chen Pinggan's teasing. He had no choice but to quickly sit up and sit upright. He puffed up his cheeks and swayed his remaining arm gently. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the stack of books on the desk, as if he wanted to tell this little teacher that he shouldn't play around on the desk. Chen Pinggan smiled and stopped. He took out some of his belongings from the square-inch item and placed them on the table one by one. Now, his belongings were just less than expected. Chen Pinggan's family was still quite rich. Not only did he have a mountain to earn money, he was also carrying a sword immortal on his back. This was not a mosquito leg meat from the old Dragon City's Fu family, but a real half-immortal weapon. The golden wine robe that was peeled off from the old nascent soul of the Flood Dragon Valley was a relic of an immortal who cultivated overseas. The unknown immortal failed to ascend and could only reincarnate. The fact that the golden wine robe did not turn into ashes was a proof in itself. Therefore, Chen Pinggan was not too surprised to know that the golden wine robe could grow into a half-immortal weapon by eating the golden copper coins. An incomplete walnut bracelet, each of the core carvings was equivalent to a fatal blow from an ordinary gold core earth immortal. The thin green robe was not a magic treasure, but Chen Pinggan liked it very much. He always felt that the white robe of the golden wine robe was too eye-catching. The walnut bracelet and the green robe were also brought along when he went to the North Continent. There were many items on the table. The 2 seals were still placed in the center of the hall, surrounded by stars and moons. Chen Pinggan began to calculate silently. It was impossible to not pay back the debt. Zhu Lian had once said from experience that borrowing money was the best test of friendship. Often, many so-called friends would not be able to remain friends if they lent money to each other. However, there would always be 1 or 2 who would return the money they borrowed. Zhu Lian also said that there were 2 types of repayment. One was that they would return the money when they had it. The other was that they could not return the money for the time being, but they would greet them every time and would not hide. When they had more money, they would return the money. During this period, if you urged them, they would apologize out of guilt and would not complain. Zhu Lian said that this type of friend could last for a long time. They would not complain about being friends for a lifetime because of gratitude. At that time, Chen Pinggan smiled and asked Zhu Lian, "Are you planning to borrow money? And you won't return it to me for the time being?" Zhu Lian lowered his head and rubbed his hands. He said that the young master was a learned man and could predict the future. The hunchbacked old man really shamelessly borrowed some snow from Chen Pinggan. In fact, it was only 10. He said that he wanted to build a private library behind the house. Of course, Chen Pinggan would lend it to Zhu Lian. As a martial artist in the far travel realm, to a certain extent, he was involved in the martial arts fate of an entire country. To think that he would need to nag for half a day just to borrow 10 snowflakes to spend money. Chen Pinggan felt indignant for Zhu Lian, but since they had agreed on 10 snowflakes to spend money, he meant 10 snowflakes. Chen Pinggan requested that when Zhu Lian finished building the library, it must be in the forbidden area of Luopa Mountain. No one was allowed to enter without permission. Zhu Lian agreed. Chen Pinggan estimated that the bookstore business in Longquan County City would be prosperous for a while. The little lotus person was still fiddling with the items, arranging them neatly one by one. Chen Pinggan didn't know who the little guy got this habit from. Chen Pinggan let it be busy, minding his own business. Verdant Gorge Island's secret storehouse and Pearl Hairpin Island's Liu Zhongruan owed money. However, the real big expenditure was destined to be the grand ritual of Heavenly Cycle and the Water and Land Dojo jointly organized with Jiyu Kan. If they really let loose, they could become 2 bottomless pits. It was definitely not a matter of a few grains of grain rain money. If it was an ordinary small country's monarch or rich person who set up a grand ritual or a dojo, the Taoists and eminent monks invited were mostly not cultivators. Even if there were, they could be counted on one's fingers. Therefore, the expenditure was not too big. Tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of taels could be held 1 or 2 times. Even if it cost 500,000 taels of silver, it would be 5 grains of grain rain money and half a grain of grain rain money. In any small vassal country of the Aquarius continent, it was a grand event that would not be seen for decades. However, when it came to cultivators, especially when they hired Earth Immortals, they had to deal with the old immortals of famous Taoist temples. Even if they were kind and benevolent, they could smile and say whatever or whatever. When Chen Pinggan and Jiyu Kan took out the money, would they really dare to say whatever? Moreover, before Chen Pinggan left Book Lake, he had discussed with Jiyu Kan that the 2 rituals should be big and not small. Moreover, they had to ensure that there were no people fishing for fame and reputation and taking advantage of the chaos. Otherwise, it would not only be a waste of Immortals' money, but also delay the blessings and reincarnation of those yin spirits and ghosts. Therefore, in 2 years, Ji Kan had to hold 2 rituals in succession. It would be extremely exhausting, testing one's eyesight, and requiring a lot of patience. This was also a kind of training for Ji Kan by Chen Pinggan. Since he had chosen to correct his mistakes, he would be embarking on an extremely difficult and bumpy road. Back then, in the mountains near Book Lake, demons ran rampant, evil practitioners appeared, and miasma was everywhere. However, what was more difficult than that was the Yama palace that Ji Kan carried on his back and the many send-offs. Ji Kan almost gave up twice in the middle. Correcting one's mistakes was not a matter of saying I know I'm wrong. Then one could walk a little further and spend some immortal's money with a clear conscience, as if one had done a great deed or a good deed. There was no such good thing in the world. However, Chen Pinggan was well aware that Ji Kan had not gone from one extreme to the other. Ji Kan's temperament was still wavering. It was just that he had suffered greatly at Book Lake and almost died from eating too much. Therefore, Ji Kan's current state of mind was somewhat similar to Chen Pinggan's when he first walked the Jianghu and imitated the people around him. However, he only observed the way people dealt with the world. After pondering over it, he turned it into his own use. His temperament had changed, but not too much. Ji Kan was still generally Ji Kan. He just understood the weight of the word rules more. Chen Pinggan stood up and hung the sword fairy on the wall. Chen Pinggan went outside the house and under the eaves. He and the lotus figure each sat on a small bamboo chair. It was made of ordinary materials. After so many years, its original emerald color had turned yellow. Chen Pinggan sat there and began to doze off. Inside and outside the bamboo house, it was warm in spring and cool in summer. Even a weak mortal teacher would not have to worry about catching a cold or getting heatstroke if he sat there for a long time. It was even more ethereal than Kui Dongshan's courtyard in Cliff Academy. He had to practice boxing again tomorrow. In a daze, he seemed to see a blooming flower swaying in the distance in a filthy place where people's hearts were haunted. Chen Pinggan did not wake up. Instead, he fell into a deep sleep. The lotus figure sat on the edge of the chair next to him. He raised his head and gently swayed his legs. He saw Chen Pinggan with a smile on his face, as if he was dreaming of something beautiful. The sun rose from the east. Soon, the morning glow spread for thousands of miles. The bamboo house shook. Chen Pinggan, who had slept in the chair for the whole night, suddenly woke up. He took off his boots, rolled up his sleeves and pants, and went up to the 2nd floor. Outside the house on the 2nd floor, Chen Pinggan paused for a moment. He lowered his gaze and turned his head to look. At that time, Kui Dongshan must have been sitting here. He did not enter the house. With his youthful appearance and temperament, he finally met his grandfather after 100 years. The two of them sat across from each other. No one knew what they talked about. Chen Pinggan was just about to step into the house when he suddenly said, "I'll go say hello to Sharu. I'll be back soon." The barefoot old man turned a deaf ear to him. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes in concentration. Chen Pinggan jumped down from the 2nd floor. He did not put on his boots. He quickly arrived at the place where several houses were built adjacent to each other. Zhu Lian and Pei Qian had not returned yet. Only Sharu, who lived in seclusion, and Center Yuanji, who had just come up the mountain, were left. He did not see Sharu. Instead, he saw Center Yuanji. The tall girl must have just returned from a walk. When she saw Chen Pinggan, she was bashful and hesitant. Chen Pinggan nodded in greeting and knocked on the door of Sharu's house. After Sharu opened the door, she asked, "Young master, is there something you need?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "When Pei Qian comes back, tell her that I want her to go to Dragon Rider Alley to watch the shop. You should go with her. Also, remind her for me that she is not allowed to take Chu Huang to the small town. With her forgetful nature, she can't remember anything when she's crazy from playing. Keep an eye on her copying books. Also, if Pei Qian wants to go to the school opened by the Chen family in Dragon Tail Creek, ask Zhu Lian to go to the county yamen and see if there are any conditions. If there are no conditions, that would be even better." Sharu agreed. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "Young master, can I stay on the mountain?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "If you really don't want to deal with outsiders, that's fine. However, I suggest that you adapt to the small world of Longquan County and go to the Civil and Martial Temple to take a look. Even further, there's also the Tiefu River Water God Temple. In fact, you can take a look at all of them. It's always good to be familiar with them. Your roots are delicate and can't be concealed. Even if Wei Pai doesn't say anything, there are many capable people in Dali. Sooner or later, you will be seen through by people with ulterior motives. Of course, this is only my personal opinion. I won't force you to do what you want in the end." Sharu smiled and nodded. "Then I'll try." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "In the future, don't call yourself a servant in front of outsiders. When others look at you and me, their gazes will be strange. When the time comes, the first thing that Luopo Mountain will become famous for is that I have a strange fetish. Longquan County isn't that big, but it's just a small place. Once this news spreads, our reputations will be ruined. I can't explain everything one mountain at a time." Sharu held back her laughter. "Young master's thoughts are meticulous. I've learned something." Chen Pinggan felt even more helpless. He quickly waved his hand. "Luopo Mountain doesn't lack your flattery." Sharu naturally covered her mouth and laughed. Chen Pinggan sighed in his heart and returned to the bamboo house. Not far from the house, there was a young girl who seemed to be taking a stroll but was actually secretly sizing them up. She was already covered in goosebumps. Senta Yuenji tiptoed and quickly slipped away. She felt that she had seen an incredible truth. After closing the door, Senta Yuenji patted her chest and muttered, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. This is good. Most likely, she won't have any bad intentions towards you." The young girl's heart was filled with sorrow. She originally thought that after moving away from her hometown in Jingji, she would no longer have to deal with those frightening and powerful men. She never thought that when she was young, she would encounter such a young and mischievous mountain lord. After arriving at Luopo Mountain, old immortal Zhu did not like to mention anything about the young hill master. He allowed her to beat around the bush, but all he said were good things that she did not dare to take seriously. As for the charcoal girl named Pei Qian, she came and went like the wind. It was difficult for Senta Yuenji to even talk to her. On the second floor, when Chen Pinggan stood still, the barefoot old man opened his eyes and stood up. He said in a deep voice, "Before we practice, let me introduce myself. This old man is called Kui Cheng. I was once the head of the Kui family." Chen Pinggan was a little surprised. This was the first time the old man had introduced himself. The old man said slowly, "Gentleman Kui Ming Huang. I was the young man who came to Lizhu Cave Heaven to collect a debt on behalf of Lakeview Academy. According to the genealogy, this kid should call Kui Dong Marshal Granduncle. His bloodline was once the concubine of the Kui family, but now it's the eldest son of the first wife. My bloodline was implicated by this boorish man and has been removed from the Kui family. All the children of my bloodline have been removed from the genealogy. They were born in different ancestral halls and died in different graves. This is the greatest pain of a rich and powerful family. The reason why I've fallen to this point is that I was once delirious and wandered the streets of Jianghu for more than 100 years. If we really want to settle this debt, it's very simple to use martial arts. We can go to the Kui family's ancestral hall and settle it with a punch or two. But if it's me, Kui Cheng, and my grandson Kui Dong or Kui Dongshan, as long as they still think of themselves as scholars, it's very difficult because they can't find fault with the family rules." Chen Pinggan nodded to show that he understood. In the long river of time in the lotus flower blessed land, in the history of Songlai Kingdom, there was once an extremely powerful high-ranking official. Because he was a concubine's son, he had a dispute with the local family over his mother's memorial tablet and genealogy. He wanted to discuss it with his elder brother, who had no official position, so he wrote many sincere letters back home. At first, his elder brother ignored them. Later, he probably annoyed his younger brother and finally replied with a letter, directly rejecting the proposal of the Grand Secretary. The words in the letter were very rude. One of the sentences was, "You can care about the affairs of the world, but you have no right to care about the family affairs." That high-ranking official didn't get what he wanted until his death. At that time, the entire officialdom and scholarly circles agreed with this small rule. Then why didn't Kui Cheng show up in the family and give a punch to those ants in the ancestral hall? Why didn't the Grand Secretary of the Lotus Flower-blessed land directly use public power for private purposes and force a cow to drink water with an official document? He could obviously do it, but he didn't break this seemingly fragile rule. Chen Pinggan thought for a while. This was probably one of the reasons why Kui Cheng was able to reach a realm where there was no one in front of him and why that Grand Secretary was able to occupy such a high position in the imperial court. Once Chen Pinggan made up his mind to establish a school in Luopa Mountain, it could be said to be extremely complicated, but it could also be said to be relatively simple. It was nothing more than being pragmatic, like a swallow holding mud in its mouth, accumulating a little to make a mickle. Focusing on the person, focusing on the reason, slowly but surely, steadily, and moving upwards. Chen Pinggan needed to think more, learn more, and do more. Kui Cheng suddenly said, "Kui Ming Huang is not simple. Don't underestimate him." Chen Pinggan was somewhat speechless. What right did he have to underestimate a gentleman of the academy? Chen Pinggan had already experienced the power of the sage of Lakeview Academy at the Brushwater Mountain Manor. Zhong Kuei of the Tongye continent was also a gentleman of the academy. Kui Ming Huang was known as Lakeview Young Gentleman. He was one of the two most outstanding gentlemen of the Academy of the Aquarius continent. According to the agreement with the imperial tutor of Dali, who was also his martial granduncle, Kui Ming Huang would openly leave Lakeview Academy. As a gentleman of the Academy, Kui Ming Huang would become the deputy hill master of Dallas Linlu Academy. And the first hill master of Padding Cloud Mountain was supposed to be the old dragon who appeared in the world as the old assistant minister of Huangting country. Together with a native scholar of Dali, one chief and two deputies, 3 hill masters, were all transitions. When Linlu Academy obtained the title of one of the 72 academies, Cheng Shuidong would step down from his position as hill master. The old scholar of Dali would be powerless and unwilling to fight for it. Kui Ming Huang would go with the flow and become the next hill master. In this way, Lakeview Academy would gain face. Of course, most of the benefits would fall into the hands of Kui Dong. Kui Ming Huang, who had long been a pawn of Kui Dong, would be satisfied after obtaining the position of hill master of the academy. After all, this was a great honor and was almost the pinnacle of a scholar. Moreover, as long as Kui Ming Huang was in Longquan of Dali, with Kui Dong's ability to calculate, even if Kui Ming Huang had more lofty ambitions, he could only be a teacher under the eyes of Kui Dong. However, later on, the situation changed unpredictably. Many trends were even beyond the expectations of the imperial tutor, Kui Dong. For example, the imitation of the Beko Keikyang building by Dali almost became a joke in the world. The late emperor, Song Jung-chun, was severely injured. Dali's cavalry went south in advance, and Kui Dong's many schemes in the central part of the Aquarius continent also began. Lakeview Academy was tit for tat. In a spurt of energy, they sent many gentlemen and sages to the palaces of various countries to reprimand the kings of the human world, or to settle the chaos of various countries. In particular, the crash of the cross-continent ferry of Mount Dage in the Zhuiying dynasty and the emergence of the North Continent's Lord of Heaven, Xie Shi, pressuring Lakeview Academy behind Zhuiying. Not only did this provoke the anger of the cultivators of the continent, but in this way, Lakeview Academy and the Song clan had completely fallen out. Kui Ming Huang could only stay in the academy and could not be the deputy hill master of Linlu Academy. It was said that this gentleman had been concentrating on learning in the study room all these years and did not waste any time. The entire academy praised him. Chen Pinggan was a little puzzled. This time, the old man did not seem to be in a hurry to teach him how to be a man. In the past, he was straightforward and direct, as if watching Chen Pinggan live a life worse than death was the old man's greatest pleasure. Today, he started with a casual chat, and they talked a lot. Kui Cheng did not have an awkward temperament. Although it did not suit his temperament, he took the initiative to mention Pei Qian's martial arts for the second time. He asked, "Do you want to give Pei Qian a carefree life so much?" Pei Qian's aptitude was indeed too good. It would be a pity to waste it. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment. Some unintentional words of an adult may be forgotten after saying it, but a child may always keep it in mind, not to mention the words of an elder. Kui Cheng frowned. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Of course, he was complaining about the words he said to Pei Qian. That was nothing. But Chen Pinggan's attitude was worth pondering. Chen Pinggan seemed to be deliberately avoiding the matter of Pei Qian's martial arts cultivation. To put it nicely, he was letting nature take its course. To put it bluntly, he seemed to be worried that the pupil would surpass the master. Of course, Kui Cheng was familiar with Chen Pinggan's nature. He was definitely not worried that Pei Qian would surpass his half-baked master in martial arts. Instead, he was worried about something, such as worrying that a good thing would turn into a bad thing. Kui Cheng said unhappily, "If you have something to say, say it." Chen Pinggan wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Kui Cheng laughed and said, "It's okay if you don't say it now. I have my ways to make you speak first." Chen Pinggan was unyielding. "How are we going to fight? If you don't care about the gap between our realms, I can say it now. But if you are willing to exchange pointers with me in the same realm, we can talk about it after I lose." Kui Cheng said, "Then you can say it now. When I see that you are asking for a beating, my hands are itchy, and I probably can't control the strength of my fists." Chen Pinggan cursed incessantly in his heart. When he returned home this time, Chen Pinggan's only reliance in the depths of his heart when he faced Zhu Lian's feeding punch was the 4 words exchange pointers. He hoped that he could vent his anger and at the very least give the old man a few good punches. As for whether he would be beaten even more miserably afterwards, it didn't matter. He couldn't go from 3rd realm to 5th realm and practice his fists time and time again without even touching the corner of the old man's clothes. Chen Pinggan sighed and told the old man about that strange dream. This was the first time Chen Pinggan had confided in someone about this. The old man was silent. Chen Pinggan asked, "Can you explain the dream, old man? Or according to the old saying in my hometown, the dream comes in the opposite direction." The old man sneered and said, "Well, it's another big knot in your heart. One is afraid of death, and the other is afraid of his own incompetence." "What's wrong, Chen Pinggan? Have you become more and more timid after walking such a long path?" Chen Pinggan shook his head. "It's because I've seen more of the world that I know the outside world is full of masters. There's always a higher mountain. It's not that I'm looking down on myself, but I can't be arrogant and think that just because I practice my fists and swords diligently, I can win against anyone. There's always a time when a person's strength is limited." The old man's face was full of disdain. He sneered, "How foolish." Chen Pinggan sincerely asked for advice. "Senior, please speak." The old man instantly stood up. Chen Pinggan still had a telepathic connection, but his movements were slower than his heart's desire. Just like when he was baking porcelain, his palms were different and he often made mistakes. It wasn't that Chen Pinggan was too slow, but that a 10th level peak martial artist was too fast. Chen Pinggan could only raise his arms to block in front of his body, but he was still hit in the forehead by Kui Cheng's knee. He flew high into the air, hit the wall, fell down, and was kicked in the stomach by the old man. He hit the ceiling and fell heavily to the ground. Finally, the old man kicked in the forehead. Chen Pinggan's body instantly slid out and hit the wall. He vomited blood, unable to fight back. What a vengeful person. Sneak attack with a knee was Chen Pinggan's tactic. Kui Cheng crossed his arms and stood in the middle of the room. He smiled, "If you don't pay a price for my priceless advice, I'm afraid you won't know how precious it is and won't remember it." Chen Pinggan stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Kui Cheng asked, "If there's a predestined fate in the unseen world, can Pei Qian avoid it by slacking in his martial arts practice? Only the strongest martial artist would be able to wrestle with the heavens. You wandered around Lotus Blossom Blessed Land for so long and claimed to have seen the flow of time for 300 years. What kind of bullshit principles did you learn? You don't even know this." Chen Pinggan didn't even use his eyes to catch the old man's figure. In an instant, his mind was immersed in the mysterious state of there's no one in front of him, only himself. He stomped heavily on the ground and threw a punch at a place where no one was around. However, This punch was casually pushed aside by Kui Cheng. It was as if his chest was hit by a heavy hammer. Chen Ping'an's back was pressed against the wall and his elbow was pressed against it. Coupled with the sudden force of the collapsing fist stance, Chen Ping'an rushed towards the old man at a speed faster than his retreating speed. However, he didn't expect that it was as if he had bumped into the muzzle of a gun. The old man's arm flung Chen Ping'an's neck and directly threw him to the ground. The force was so great that Chen Ping'an's body bounced several times on the ground until the old man stepped on his forehead. The old man lowered his head and looked at Chen Ping'an, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices. "Not bad, but your strength is too weak. Your punches are too slow and your will is too shallow. You're full of flaws and every punch is a flaw. You still dare to meet force with force with force. Little girl using a long lance, aren't you afraid of breaking your waist?" Chen Ping'an slammed his hands on the ground and turned his body upside down with his feet facing the sky. His head slid out from under the old man's feet. Using his hands to support himself, he suddenly spun and narrowly dodged the old man's casual kick. Unexpectedly, the old man slightly raised his sleeve and brushed Chen Ping'an's body with the heaven and earth pillar. Like a snowball rolling in the air, he fell on the door and window on the north side of the bamboo building. The old man didn't pursue and casually asked, "Did you tell Wei Pai about the location of the new 5 peaks in Dali?" Chen Ping'an struggled to get up and shook his head. "I thought about telling him, but after thinking about it, I decided not to. Dali is a top secret and I don't dare to reveal it casually. Although I'm friends with Wei Pai, I can't sell my own student in exchange for a favor. Besides, Wei Pai is a big tree that attracts the wind. It's hard to guard against a hidden arrow. It's better to be careful." Kui Cheng still stood in the same place and nodded. "It's a family matter. Things can be done and things can't be done. It's best not to say anything when there's something that can't be said." Chen Ping'an silently remembered the old man's words. Having an old man in the family is like having a treasure that can't be exchanged for money. Kui Cheng roared, "You dare to be distracted when you're punching?" Chen Ping'an seemed to be distracted, but in fact, he was using the secret technique of the 18 stoppages of sword qi to transform his pure spiritual gas. After he was punched by the old man, he gritted his teeth and punched out while enduring the excruciating pain in his soul. His fist turned into 2 fingers, and he was only 1 inch away from the center of the old man's eyebrows. The old man reached out and grabbed Chen Ping'an's 2 fingers. With a tug and a kick, Chen Ping'an was thrown into the air. Then, he moved a few steps and changed his position. Like a horse squat, he tilted his shoulder and crashed into Chen Ping'an, who had landed on the ground. With a bang, Chen Ping'an was once again stuck against the wall of the bamboo building. In the end, he could only lean against the wall, unable to stand up. That half a breath of genuine qi was a desperate move that could kill 1,000 enemies but hurt 800 of his own. Moreover, against the old man, it only hurt 800 of his own. The old man rubbed his chin and smiled. "Let's be honest. The current you isn't completely useless. Back then, when you were training your Third Realm Foundation, your punches could only be described as silly. You didn't have the brain you have today. It seems that after taking so many punches, your brain has become sharper." Chen Ping'an's face was expressionless. He wiped his face and his hands were covered in blood. Compared to the torment his body and soul suffered back then, this injury was like scratching an itch. It was *King small matter. Chen Ping'an leaned against the wall and slowly got up. "Again." The old man smiled and asked, "I'll ask you one last question. You're so afraid of death. Is it because you cherish your life because you have money and don't want to die, or do you feel that you can't die?" Chen Ping'an took the opportunity to convert a breath of pure zhenqi and asked, "Is there a difference?" The old man's fist arrived. "There's no difference. You'll still be beaten." After Pei Qian and Zhu Lian went to Oxhorn Mountain to deliver the letter, she became very familiar with the Chu Huang horse. She discussed with it that they would be friends in the future. In the future, whether or not she could roam Jianghu during the day and go home to eat at night would depend on the horse's leg strength. The better its leg strength, the bigger her Jianghu would be. She might even be able to go back and forth between Luopa Mountain and the small town. As for the so-called discussion, it was just Pei Qian leading the horse and talking endlessly. Every time he asked a question, he would say, "If you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree." At most, he would give her a thumbs up and praise her. "You're indeed my friend. You'll grant my request and never refuse. Good habits must be maintained." Seeing this, Zhu Lian looked as if he had picked up a fly from a bowl. As a result, as soon as they returned to Luopa Mountain, Sharu repeated Chen Ping'an's advice. Pei Qian could only reluctantly say goodbye to the Chu Huang and follow Sharu down the mountain to the small town. In the Dragon Rider Ali's New Year's shop, other than the old pastry chef, who was still the same, he had to pay a higher price to stay. Other than that, the shop staff had already changed. A young girl had married, and another young girl had found a better job as a servant girl in a big family in Peachleaf Alley. She was very free and often came back to the shop to sit down. She always said that the family was good. It was at the corner of Peachleaf Alley, and they treated the servants as their own family members. It was really a blessing to be a servant girl there. There was also a woman who found 2 ancestral treasures that had not been taken seriously for generations. She became rich overnight and moved to the new county city. She had also come to the shop twice. In fact, she was showing off to the illegitimate Miss Wan Xiu. After getting along with her for a long time, the woman did not have any deep feelings about Master Wan's only daughter or the unreachable Dragon Spring Sword sect. She only felt that the girl was cold to everyone and was not likable. Especially when she was caught red-handed by Wan Xiu, it was very embarrassing. The woman cursed endlessly in her heart. "You're just a virgin girl who is not related to shopkeeper Chen. You don't have any status. You stay in the shop all day, pretending to be the lady boss or what?" Compared to the shop that was filled with fragrance, Pei Qian still preferred the nearby straw shop. Rows of tall shelves were filled with antiques and miscellaneous items that the Sun family had sold in the past. However, when Sister Wan Xiu was in charge of the family, she sold some items that were called spiritual weapons by the cultivators on the mountain at a high price. After that, they did not sell much. The main reason was that there were a few items that Sister Wan Xiu had secretly sealed up. Once, she secretly brought Pei Qian to the back storeroom to inspect them. She explained that these few items were the best of the best and were the treasures of the shop. They could only be taken out when they met big customers in the future. Otherwise, they would not be able to get along with money. Pei Qian was happy at that time. This was an unexpected surprise. She immediately smiled from ear to ear. At that time, Sister Wan Xiu looked at her and probably felt that it was funny, so she gave a piece of cake to Pei Qian. That was the first time Wan Xiu gave her a piece of cake. Later, Pei Qian was about to ask for more. As long as Wan Xiu had it, she would not refuse. Today, Pei Qian carried a small stool and placed it behind the counter. Standing there, her head just happened to float above the water. It was as if there was a head placed on the counter. As for Pei Qian, she felt more like a mountain king patrolling her own small territory. Sharu stood beside Pei Qian. The counter was indeed a little high. She was only slightly better than Pei Qian, who was standing on the stool. Sharu felt a little strange. Pei Qian was clearly very dependent on that master of hers. However, she still obediently came down the mountain and quietly waited here. Sharu could not help but ask, "Pei Qian, aren't you worried that your master will make a mistake while practicing?" Pei Qian still stood there without moving. Her eyes were fixed on the counter, as if she was playing a game of who's the blockhead. Her lips moved slightly. "I'm worried. However, I can't do anything. I can only pretend that I'm not worried so that my master won't worry about me." Sharu stretched out her finger and rubbed her forehead. According to Zheng Dafeng's catchphrase, it was a headache. Pei Qian sighed and continued to look forward. "Sister Sharu, do you think that if a person stays in someone else's house, and that person is not even your friend, you need to pay?" It was hard to say and even harder to listen to. Sharu was puzzled. "What are you talking about?" Pei Qian sighed. "Sister Sharu, you can copy books with me in the future. The two of us can keep each other company." Sharu did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Why should I copy books?" Pei Qian said in all seriousness. Copying books makes one smart. Sharu finally understood what Pei Qian meant by staying in someone else's house. She was insinuating that she was living in the immortal's remains that her master had given her. Sharu stretched out her finger, wanting to copy Chen Pingan and flick the little girl's forehead. In the end, the blockhead saw Pei Qian in front of her dodge at lightning speed and then return to her original state. From beginning to end, she did not even glance at Sharu. Pei Qian grumbled, "Stop fooling around. I'm thinking about my master." 465. On the second floor of the bamboo building. Chen Pingan sat cross-legged with his fists on his knees, panting heavily. His face was covered in blood, and his blood dripped onto the floor. Fortunately, the bamboo building was extremely mysterious. It was equivalent to a talisman of cleansing dust and dispelling filth. There was no need to worry that it would affect the elegance of the bamboo building. However, he heard that the girl in the pink dress often carried a small bucket to the second floor to wipe the floor. Day after day, she was the only outsider who could enter the second floor. The feeding of the fist had come to an end. As for the so-called teaching and sparring, it was clear just by looking at the battered and exhausted Chen Pingan and the calm and relaxed barefooted old man. However, Chen Pingan still felt that it was a little strange. Unlike the old man who used to train his muscles and bones, Chen Pingan could only endure it from beginning to end. Now that he was learning the fist again, it seemed that it was more to sharpen his skills and also to help him consolidate the fist intent of no one in front of him. Occasionally, when the old man was in a good mood, he would recite some rhyming fist theories. As for whether Chen Pingan who was knocked down by a punch from time to time, the old man did not care if he could hear it or not. At this moment, Chen Pingan could not help but ask, "Why don't you need to train your body and soul?" Kui Cheng sneered, "You're already a teenager after teaching a child how to use chopsticks to eat. Do you still need to teach it again? Are you that stupid or am I blind to have picked an idiot?" Chen Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. He was skeptical. A martial artist should train in the word purity. Logically speaking, it was necessary for every realm. It was different from chi cultivators who learned the secret skills of the immortals and paid attention to the master's guidance. Kui Cheng seemed unwilling to take advantage of this matter. He asked, "I heard that you used to let Zhu Lian fight with you when he was in the Golden Body realm?" Chen Pingan nodded. "It was very difficult." Kui Cheng shook his head. "You're too weak. Zhu Lian did not dare to kill you and you knew that he would not kill you. It was like a pair of love-struck men and women flirting. You scratch me and I touch you. How can it really benefit martial arts?" Chen Pingan felt his scalp go numb. Kui Cheng said, "From tomorrow on, call Zhu Lian to the second floor. I'll watch you feed each other." Chen Pingan was puzzled. "Isn't it the same?" Kui Cheng sneered. "Same? If Zhu Lian didn't dare to kill you, I'll kill him with one punch. Do you think it's the same? Remember, make it clear to Zhu Lian. Don't take it lightly. I don't want to repeat those words to a corpse." Chen Pingan smiled. "Senior, you've taken a liking to Zhu Lian?" Kui Cheng's lips twitched. "When will this guy lose all his cleverness and wealth? Only then will he barely be worthy of my attention." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "When I sparred with Zhu Lian, who was in the Golden Body realm, I've never been able to seriously injure him. Every time, he still had some strength left. You'll know if you just listen to his flattery after his punches." Kui Cheng chuckled and said, "You don't, but I do." Chen Pingan smiled knowingly. There were many people in the world who weren't afraid of suffering. However, there weren't many good things that would definitely be rewarded after suffering. Although Chen Pingan didn't know why Zhu Lian had stayed in Luopa Mountain for 3 years and never learned from the old man, as long as the old man opened his mouth, it would be a great thing for Zhu Lian, who found it extremely difficult to break through the 2 bottlenecks of his boxing style and martial arts realm. Almost everything, Chen Pingan would discuss with the person involved. He would never insist on what the other party must do. Whether Sui Yuyu went to the Jade Gui sect or whether Sharu was willing to accept the immortal's remains, it was all like this. However, regarding Zhu Lian going to the second floor to practice martial arts, if for some reason Zhu Lian was unwilling, Chen Pingan would persuade him. Kui Cheng suddenly said, "It's naturally good to remember the good of the people around you. However, you have to remember, to reach the top of martial arts, to have an invincible fist, is ultimately a very lonely thing. You have to be clear about the two." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "I once studied chess and came up with an armchair swordsmanship. It focuses on cutting and delineating. I relied on this to overcome many difficulties at the calligraphy lake." Without waiting for Chen Pinggan to finish his heartfelt words, the old man clicked his tongue and said, as expected of the swordsman who carries the sword immortal sword, "You're mediocre in your fist skills, but you're so talented in swordsmanship. It seems that I've delayed you from becoming a great sword immortal. Isn't that good?" Chen Pinggan knew that things were not going well. He was about to slap the ground so that he could slide backward in a sitting position to avoid the old man's unreasonable punch. As for getting up and dodging, there was no need to even think about it. As expected. As the saying goes, 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 as the saying goes. The old man stamped his foot, and the bamboo building shook. Chen Pinggan, who had just leaned back a little, bounced into the air. His tall figure appeared in the blink of an eye. If it was the Iron Horse chisel formation, it would be fine. After being knocked out by a punch, the pain would only last for a moment. However, the old man obviously did not intend to let Chen Pinggan go so easily. This was the deity-beating drum style that Chen Pinggan was most familiar with and most liked to use against his enemies. After a total of 14 punches, Chen Pinggan floated around like a willow catkin and never landed on the ground. Poor Chen Pinggan fainted the moment he fell. The feeling of being hit by a deity's drum-beating style more than 10 times, especially when it was used by Kui Cheng, the ancestor of this style, was really enough to make one want to die. Even though Chen Pinggan had fainted and completely lost his mind, his body was still rolling on the ground. The old man watched for a moment and nodded. He seemed to be satisfied. This meant that the kid's fist intent was really alive. When a real martial arts master was sleeping soundly, even if he encountered a top assassin, he only needed to sense a trace of murderous intent to trigger his fist intent. He could get up and punch out to kill the enemy in an instant. This was the principle. However, the old man still did not let Chen Pinggan go. He kicked the pure genuine qi in Chen Pinggan's body that was like a fire dragon and precisely broke it at the waist. Like a chisel formation of elite cavalry, it cut through the enemy's formation on the battlefield. The joints in Chen Pinggan's body suddenly exploded like firecrackers, like the sound of soldiers on the battlefield. As the old man's gang qi stopped, the cavalry cut through the formation without stopping. Therefore, Chen Pinggan's pure genuine qi quickly gathered. In the Battle of Old Dragon City, Du Mao's natal item, the sword-swallowing boat, pierced through Chen Pinggan's abdomen. The reason why Chen Pinggan suffered from endless diseases was that it was difficult to get rid of. It would not dissipate and would continue to eat away at his soul. However, the old man's kick this time did not have such a drawback. Therefore, the rumor in Jianghu that the fist of a martial artist at the peak is as powerful as a tidal wave destroying a city and as skillful as a flying sword piercing through a needle's eye was not an exaggeration. A martial artist's pure genuine qi was still connected, but it still did not hurt the word pure. This was one of the special skills of the 3 stages of spirit refinement: golden body, distant travel, and mountain peak. 4 martial artists below the golden body stage, once their genuine qi was broken, it would be completely broken. If they changed their qi, they would expose their flaws. How could they fight with a great cultivator for a long time? However, this method of feeding the fist was not suitable for all martial artists of the younger generation. It was like an ordinary person holding a bowl of rice. The bowl of rice was as hot as charcoal. Not to mention the bowl being dropped, It would also burn the palm of one's hand. Whether it was Luo Po Mountain's center Yuenji or the female kill worker of the Yang family's medicine shop, they were all considered martial arts geniuses. However, they were destined to not be able to endure this torture. However, they had their own martial arts opportunities. The path of martial arts seemed to be a winding and narrow path, but each of them had their own unique bridges to walk on. There were pros and cons for women to practice martial arts. Kui Cheng had once traveled to the Central Plains and had personally seen many stunning female grandmasters. For example, they were skillful and gentle. Even Kui Cheng, who was a martial artist at the 10th realm back then, would still be amazed. Moreover, compared to men, their lifespans were often longer and they walked further on the path of martial arts. Kui Cheng had a few regrets in his life. One of them was that he had never fought against the female martial god of the Central Plains. He could only hope that the kid under his feet would not disappoint him. It was not that the old man looked down on the heroic women of the world. However, the 4 peaks of the martial path were monopolized by a woman. She looked down on everyone else. This made the old man feel a little uncomfortable. As for Chen Pinggan, he was temporarily inferior to the person of the same age called Cao Ci. However, the old man was not anxious at all. Chen Pinggan's most outstanding point was his tenacity and comprehension. Good tenacity, high comprehension. So what if Cao Ci was a martial arts genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years? So what if he reached the 9th realm or 10th realm first? In the end, he still had to obediently wait at the 11th realm, this natural barrier, for his old enemy to compete with him. Of course, if Chen Pinggan walked too slowly, it would not work. Cao Ci might turn around and compete with her master. If she was already at the legendary 11th realm, then Cao Ci would compete with that old fellow who liked to fish for whales in the Cloud Sea. Nothing could be done more than 3 times. The cultivators who truly stood at the top of another mountain wouldn't just stand by and watch one pure martial artist after another build a long bridge for the dead end. Back then, when the Taoist sect leader Lu Chen came to the bamboo house to meet him, he pulled Kui Cheng into the world that Lu Chen was in charge of. Was it just for fun? Kui Cheng sighed and squatted down. He stretched out his thumb and gently wiped the blood on Chen Pinggan's face. In terms of bearing hardships, he was indeed much better than his grandson back then. The sons of wealthy families, those who had a good character, helped the people and left their names in history. They all felt that it was right and proper. Those who had a bad character, they played around with life and felt that it was right and proper to be born with a good life. Those who were born poor had ambitions and wanted to bring glory to their ancestors. Those who had no ability were filled with hostility. No matter what, they would be able to bear hardships. The old man sat beside Chen Pinggan. He lightly waved his sleeves and the bamboo door opened. The mountain breeze blew in uninvited. Chen Pinggan's breathing had already stabilized. The recuperation of a pure martial artist was about sleeping like death. Chen Pinggan had been lacking this in the Bookslip Lake for all these years. In fact, in the eyes of the old man, Chen Pinggan had been traveling for a few times and had always lacked the sense of sleepiness and calmness. Only when he practiced the sword furnace stance was it slightly better. Otherwise, if the bowstring was too tight and he was not beaten to death by people in Jianghu, his martial arts path would be filled with flaws. However, the old man still did not point it out. It was just like he did not point out the gift of the strongest martial arts fate in each realm of martial arts. Some obstacles had to be overcome by the young to understand the principles. Otherwise, even if the holy master sat in front of him and spat saliva everywhere, it might not be useful. Kui Cheng looked into the distance and muttered to himself, but then again, the aristocratic families also climbed up from the cold. It's just that the aristocratic families are afraid of the saying that a gentleman's grace for 5 generations will be beheaded. The poor families are afraid of the saying that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes and rats give birth to children. Once Luo Po Mountain has its own sect in the future, its troubles will be different from many aristocratic families and immortal mansions. It will not be a dispute over who is right or wrong, but who is more right. That kind of trouble can be said to be very small, but it can be said to be bigger than the sky. It will depend on whether you, Chen Pingan, can convince everyone by then. That kind of tempering of the state of mind and the big mistake of facing the people close to you on the bookslip lake are two different scenes. Kui Cheng turned to look at the sleeping young man and smiled. It's a good thing to be afraid of death. You're still young, so don't die. There are great rivers and mountains. Just the vast world alone has 9 provinces. Kid, how many have you seen so far? The old man suddenly seemed to be in a good mood and laughed. Of course, I'll still win if I fight with a 5th realm. But it's inevitable that I'll have to take a lot of punches from you. In this way, even if I win, I'll lose. Where will I put my face? The old man laughed loudly. Little brat, so what if you've taken a few long trips? You're still too young. After laughing, the old man said in a low voice, it's time to break through. As long as you don't let that cow CI widen the gap of 2 realms, there will be a day in the future. Don't talk about getting back at him. As long as you catch up and surpass him, it won't be a problem for you to win 30 round. The old man suddenly looked a little gloomy. Although this kid's future achievements were worth looking forward to, when he thought that it would be an extremely long journey, the old man's mood became a little unhappy. He turned his head and looked at the sleeping guy. Unable to vent his anger, he waved his sleeve and scolded angrily, Sleep, 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 are you a pig? Get up and practice your fists. Chen Pingan was blown away by that gust of wind and crashed into the wall. He woke up in a daze. Kui Cheng had already stood up, his face gloomy. He took a step forward and stomped down heavily. Chen Pingan rolled to the side and barely dodged the kick. Kui Cheng spoke out, when you are able to deal with a golden body realm martial artist calmly, and in a life and death battle, when you don't lose too badly, then you can go down the mountain. After that, you can go to the central region of the Aquarius continent to meet your friends, or go to the North continent to wander around, it's up to you. But if you can't do it, then stay in this bamboo house and enjoy your life. Otherwise, you'll just be giving away your life to others. Chen Pingan shook his head. I can't die. Kui Cheng asked, why? Just because you, Chen Pingan's life, is more precious than others. Chen Pingan said solemnly, because the senior who taught me fist techniques is named Kui Cheng. The old man was startled, then nodded his head gently, and said with gratification, that's not flattery, just because of your beautiful words. If I don't give you a punch, then I'll be letting you down, Chen Pingan. The old man's figure and aura was like a mountain pressing down. Chen Pingan's vision turned black, and he fainted on the spot from the punch. The old man stomped down. Chen Pingan, who was paralyzed on the ground, jolted up, and woke up in the air, and the old man's kick came again. And without any suspense, he fainted again. The cycle repeated. Chen Pingan complained incessantly, he was tired of dealing with it. But the old man was enjoying it. His clothes were tight, and his attacks were loud. Naturally, it was not an ordinary Jianghu style. He pursued the saying in his family's fist manual, training without making a sound, sailing without oars. It was because Kui Cheng's fist aura was too strong, and every time he punched out, it was too carefree. In the end, the old man swept Chen Pingan's neck with a whip kick. Chen Pingan spun a few times, and when he landed, he staggered a few steps, but his strength was not as strong as before, so he did not fall to the ground. Chen Pingan bent his body and took a few steps back. He did not slack off at all, he stared at the old man. He was beaten so badly, in fact, both his fist stance and fist aura were shaking. But Chen Pingan's body had a vague meaning, he did not move at all, like an old monk in meditation. Kui Cheng smiled, all right, that's enough for today. If you continue, your bones will fall apart. Chen Pingan did not move. Kui Cheng nodded, that's right, you can take one less punch. Go downstairs yourself. Same rules, soak in the tub of medicinal water. Remember, unlike before, you can't let the water cool down. You can only leave when you can boil the medicinal water with your zhunqi. Otherwise, just stay in the tub obediently and treat it as practicing duck diving. Wei Pai has already prepared the herbs. He went downstairs and asked the girl in pink to boil the water. Chen Pingan held his breath and walked out of the house, stumbling downstairs. When he walked down the stairs, he had to hold on to the railing. It was similar to when he burned charcoal in the mountains when he was young, and it was difficult to go down without getting tired. The girl in pink had already started boiling the water downstairs. Taking advantage of the break, Chen Pinggan did not immediately return to the house on the first floor. Instead, he sat at the stone table by the cliff and practiced the sword furnace stance. When the girl in pink came to greet him, he stood up and went into the house. An hour later, Chen Pinggan changed into a simple but elegant green robe, which was given to him by Wu Yi of Purple Sun Residence. The girl in pink familiarly busied herself and cleaned up the mess. Chen Pinggan sat on a bamboo chair under the eaves, smiled, and thanked her. The little girl smiled back, as if doing these chores gave her a greater sense of accomplishment than cultivating and breaking through to the next realm. Chen Pinggan hugged the back of his head with both hands, leaned back against the chair and stretched out his legs. So, not getting beaten up was the life of an immortal. In the distance, Zhu Lian brought the girl, Center Yuanji, over slowly. Chen Pinggan turned to look. Zhu Lian took a bamboo chair and sat at the side. Center Yuanji stood behind the old immortal with her hands and legs tied. Zhu Lian smiled. "Young master, is there a rule for Center Yuanji to practice martial arts?" Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "You can just lead her into the sect. It's up to you whether you want the title of master and disciple." Zhu Lian hurriedly shook his head and said, "How can I do that? I'm good at fighting with my life, but I'm far from being as good as young master when it comes to teaching." "Young master is young, but he already has the demeanor of a master," Center Yuanji lamented in her heart. It was a pity that a hero like old immortal Zhu was reduced to being a servant to this young mountain lord. Chen Pinggan asked softly, "Does Zheng Dafeng have any ideas?" Zhu Lian shook his head regretfully. That brother Gale is now wholeheartedly focused on how to build the thatched hut for the mountain gate. Not only does he want to look good, he can't lose face for Luopo Mountain, but he also can't waste money and let young master spend money in vain. Brother Gale really can't be distracted. Chen Pinggan felt a headache coming on. Kui Cheng walked out of the second floor. First practice the mountain quaking fist 200,000 times, then talk about martial arts. Chen Pinggan was hesitant. Zhu Lian thought it was feasible. He turned to Center Yuanji and smiled. "What a blessing. This boxing stance is a rare technique in the world. It's ingenious but it seems clumsy. It contains endless fist intent. Center Yuanji, from today onwards, you must focus on practicing the stance over and over again." Zhu Lian turned his head and looked at Chen Pinggan with a smile. Chen Pinggan said, "Six-step stance. What are you teaching?" "You can't." Zhu Lian said guiltily, "No matter how upright this old servant stance is, it's not elegant enough. It's hard to avoid the suspicion of a duck walking. Who knows, it might cause Center Yuanji to underestimate this peerless stance. Young master's stance is natural and unrestrained, like a spring breeze." Chen Pinggan really couldn't stand this guy's flattery, so he roughly repeated Kui Cheng's words, but omitted the mention of the golden body stage and so on. Zhu Lian frowned bitterly, not saying a word. Chen Pinggan held back his laughter. Zhu Lian took Center Yuanji back home. On the way, Center Yuanji found that the old immortal seemed to be in a heavy mood. At the center residence, the old immortal said that he was a 6th-level martial artist who was about to reach the golden body stage. He also said that he had hopes of reaching the 7th level in the future. Could it be that the tall old man who liked to hide in the bamboo house was a golden body stage grandmaster? Otherwise, he would be too shameless to say that he would kill the old immortal. Zhu Lian seriously taught Center Yuanji the 6-step stance. After repeating it 3 times, Center Yuanji was already very familiar with it. Zhu Lian only told her to work hard and quickly finish the 200,000 stances. She must be fast and steady. After that, he would practice for her 3 times a day and let Center Yuanji watch from the side to avoid taking a wrong path. Center Yuanji was full of fighting spirit and promised Zhu Lian that she wouldn't be lazy. Zhu Lian walked out of the courtyard with his hands behind his back. In fact, the first test for Center Yuanji had quietly begun. It's just that the girl was unaware. The next step was to see how long it would take Center Yuanji to finish the 200,000 stances and how long it would take for her to go from the form to the spirit. After the spirit, How much fist intent would she have? Or would she let go of the stance for the sake of speed and unknowingly take a shortcut? Cleverness may be the cause of her own cleverness. She had already reached the end of her own path of martial arts. When the time came, Senta Yuenji's martial arts practice, comprehension, tenacity, and temperament would all be revealed at a glance. Whether Senta Yuenji's future achievements would be the golden body stage that was already in the bag, the far travel stage that had some hope, or even the peak stage that originally had a very slim possibility, it would all depend on these 20 repetitions of the 6-step stance. This was probably the so-called 3 years old can see the old. All of this was just a few words from the barefoot old man. Zhu Lian actually didn't particularly want to get involved in Chen Pinggan and the old man surnamed Kui's fists. It would delay him from going down the mountain to pick books, buy books, and collect books. In the next half hour, Zhu Lian was beaten half to death many times. Chen Pinggan wasn't any better. But unlike Chen Pinggan, who gritted his teeth and persevered, Zhu Lian, who didn't pay much attention at first, eventually became addicted to being beaten. He was indeed the martial madman from the lotus flower-blessed land who wanted to kill 9 people by himself. What happened next was beyond Kui Cheng's expectations. Zhu Lian, who was in the far travel stage, used various methods to provoke Kui Cheng, who was in the peak stage of the 10th realm. The result was just as Kui Cheng had said. Zhu Lian couldn't really kill Chen Pinggan, but he could force him to kill him. In any case, with him watching from the side, there wouldn't be any mistakes. But when Zhu Lian put on the attitude of someone who wanted to die, someone who didn't hit him, could Kui Cheng really kill Zhu Lian? Didn't he still beat Zhu Lian half to death every time? These days were the happiest days of Chen Pinggan's martial arts practice. Of course, when Zhu Lian sparred with him, he was really vicious and merciless. But every time Chen Pinggan lay in a corner on the verge of death, watching Zhu Lian miserably being beaten by the old man, he immediately felt that he was actually considered lucky. But when Zhu Lian was enjoying himself to the fullest, that state of selflessness where he was on the verge of qigong deviation and yet his state of mind was still clear and pure really opened Chen Pinggan's eyes. Presumably, Kui Cheng deliberately didn't let him faint every time he finished, and also had the intention of letting him watch the fight. If it wasn't for the great age gap and Zhu Lian's insistence on the distinction between master and servant, the two of them would really be brothers in hardship. Late one night, the two of them sat at the stone table. Zhu Lian glanced at the bamboo building, eager to try. With great difficulty, he restrained himself from cursing in that direction so that he could get a good beating. Chen Pinggan was speechless. At most, he could be considered to be suffering, but this Zhu Lian was suffering to be truly blessed. Zhu Lian sighed emotionally, "Old senior, when you were purely in the golden body realm, you beat me until I cried for my father and mother. Back then, young master was only in the 5 realms and forcefully withstood my golden body realm attack. Both senior and young master are truly rare geniuses in the world." Chen Pinggan reminded, "Don't drag me into this." Zhu Lian suddenly said seriously, "Old senior, you have given a lot of thought." Chen Pinggan nodded, "You wanted me to know your attitude towards the matter of martial arts. There are still people like you in this world. Chen Pinggan's perseverance is nothing." Zhu Lian said with a face full of guilt, "Every time I punch young master, this old servant's heart hurts." Chen Pinggan laughed angrily, "Forget it." Zhu Lian sighed, "Senta Yuenji's stance walking is still too slow." Chen Pinggan nodded. He didn't deliberately put in any good words for Senta Yuenji, but he still said something fair, "You can't expect everyone to learn from you." Back then, I also worked so hard to hang on to my life. Zhu Lian shook his head, "Young master, don't say that. Otherwise, you'll be letting down those 1,000,000 punches that young master threw after your life was no longer in danger." Chen Pinggan asked, "Is there a way to raise Senta Yuenji's fist intent in a relatively natural way without affecting her state of mind?" Zhu Lian nodded, "There is a way, but young master's sacrifice will be greater." Chen Pinggan asked curiously, "Tell me about it." Zhu Lian's expression was bashful as he lowered his voice, "Young master can pretend to be that unscrupulous mountain master, but your martial arts realm can't be too high. On a dark and windy night, after struggling for a while, just as young master was about to succeed, I appeared coincidentally and helped her kowtow to beg for mercy. Young master, to save face, temporarily left angrily. But when you stepped out of the door, you looked back at the bed, your eyes filled with unwillingness. Then I comforted her, so that Senta Yuanji would think that as long as she practiced more diligently, she would be able to beat young master sooner and avoid the pain of harassment. Chen Pinggan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a few mouthfuls of wine to calm himself down. Finally, he asked, "Why don't we switch positions?" Zhu Lian said helplessly, "Senta Yuanji isn't stupid, she won't believe it. And once she does, I'm afraid she'll risk her life to sneak down the mountain." Chen Pinggan asked again, "I'm curious, why does Senta Yuanji think that you're a good person and I'm a bad person?" Zhu Lian thought for a while, "Women don't like bad men." Chen Pinggan was hesitating whether to ask the sword immortal to come out of its sheath and chop Zhu Lian half to death. Zhu Lian was no longer joking. He licked his lips and begged Chen Pinggan for a jug of wine. He said that as a loyal and devoted old servant, he had to endure the rebellion of the wine worm in his stomach. When he buried the wine, he did not dare to hide a few jugs of good wine. Now his intestines turned green with regret. Chen Pinggan told him to get lost. Zhu Lian knew that it was hopeless and smiled, "Young master, you're still so young, yet you're so old-fashioned when it comes to matters between men and women. Isn't it too pedantic and boring? Which good man doesn't have a few female confidants?" Chen Pinggan fastened the blade-strengthening gourd to his waist and covered his sleeves with his hands. He looked into the distance and said softly, "In the future, if there's a girl who likes me, I may not be able to stop her. But I can't only like one person in my life, that's something I can do and must do." Zhu Lian scratched his head and did not speak. Chen Pinggan waited for a long time before he turned around and joked, "For the first time, you don't have any flattery to follow?" Zhu Lian shook his head and murmured, "Only infatuation in the world can't be made fun of." Chen Pinggan said emotionally, "If you're not infatuated, then you can't describe such a person." Zhu Lian slapped the table and said, "Young master is indeed a hidden master. This kind of flattery is flawless, this old servant is far inferior." Chen Pinggan gritted his teeth and said with a fake smile, "Zhu Lian, just you wait. When I reach the same level as you, just wait and see." Zhu Lian nodded and said, "Maybe it'll be tomorrow. It's very simple." Looking at Zhu Lian's expression, Chen Pinggan was speechless. Zhu Lian looked as if he would be struck by lightning if he told half a lie. There was a moment of silence. Chen Pinggan asked, "I can see that Pei Qian and the two little guys get along very well. But I haven't been home all these years. Is there any problem that I missed? But you don't think it's appropriate to talk about it? If there is, Zhu Lian, you can talk about it." Zhu Lian shook his head and said with a smile, "There's nothing that can't be said in front of young master." Chen Pinggan sighed and pointed at Zhu Lian helplessly, indicating that he had nothing to say. There aren't many people in Luopa Mountain now, so there aren't many problems. As for some external affairs, young master has already taken care of the big ones. As for the small ones, such as giving gifts to the neighbors who helped young master every year to repay their kindness, Miss Wan also set the rules back then. In addition to the two shops, when this old servant took over, it was just following the prescribed order. It wasn't complicated at all. Many families have already moved to the county capital and have made a name for themselves. Some of them have politely rejected this old servant's gifts, but they are still courteous to me when I visit them for the new year. As for some, even though they have money, they become more and more greedy. This old servant will play along with their greed. As for those who are still poor, this old servant did not give them much money, but I will visit them a few more times. I will visit their homes and ask them if they need anything urgently. If they can help, they will help. If they can't, they will play dumb. Zhu Lian spoke tirelessly. If one understood Zhu Lian's life in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, one would know that Zhu Lian handled the affairs of the secular world with ease, from the court to the battlefield to the trivial matters of the family. Zhu Lian smiled and squinted his eyes, looking at the young man in green who was used to thinking about this and that. Other than that, there are some small problems that I can't speak or do on behalf of young master. When young master reaches Luopa Mountain, these will vanish. This is the truth. Therefore, young master, I have another truth to say. No matter how far away you are from home, no matter how difficult your journey is, you must come back. Luopa Mountain is not afraid to wait. Chen Pinggan nodded. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "That's enough. When young master travels to the North Continent in the future, you don't have to worry too much about Luopa Mountain. There's Elder Kui, this old servant, and now Brother Feng Feng. Young master need not worry too much." Chen Pinggan nodded again, then asked curiously, "Why is Sharu no longer as wary and distant towards you as before?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Maybe Sharu has been looking at me for a long time and feels that my appearance is not really unsightly. After all, when I was in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, I was known as a banished immortal, a distinguished and handsome young master." Chen Pinggan glanced at Zhu Lian and shook his head, saying, "In any case, I can't tell." Zhu Lian covered his sleeves with his hands and smiled with squinted eyes. He laughed until his shoulders shook, as if he was reminiscing about the past. "Young master, you don't know how many girls in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land back then, just by looking at my portrait, they fell in love with me for the rest of their lives." Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, "Back then, could you compare to Kui Dongshan's current youthful appearance?" Zhu Lian thought for a while and said seriously, "To tell you the truth, I'm not boasting. Back then, I was even more elegant." Chen Pinggan sighed. That was really asking for a beating. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "That's why I have to go and learn martial arts, or else I'll have to worry about my butt one day." Chen Pinggan was stunned for a moment before he understood Zhu Lian's meaning. Chen Pinggan did not turn his head. "If you have the guts, say that to the senior." Zhu Lian secretly laughed and waved his hand, saying, "Then I'll really be looking for death." Chen Pinggan said, "I wonder how Lu Baixiang, Sui Yuyu, and Wei Yixian are doing now." Zhu Lian's expression was slightly mocking, but his tone was indifferent. "They're just going their separate ways. Each one is worse than the last." Chen Pinggan smiled, "Complaining behind my back." Zhu Lian smiled, "Young master, you're a god for seeing through people's hearts." Chen Pinggan suddenly said, "Zhu Lian, if one day you want to go out for a walk, just say hello. There's no need to be polite with me." Zhu Lian shook his head, "I appreciate young master's kindness, but I really don't want to go far. I've walked enough in Lotus Flower Blessed Land. For home, country, filial piety, and loyalty, it's very tiring. Besides, my last journey in Jianghu, especially the Battle of the Ten in Nanyuan Kingdom, was for myself. I should have no regrets in this life. Those who know themselves will suffer less, those who are content will be happy. Young master, this sentence is not bad, can you carve it on the bamboo?" Chen Pinggan listened carefully at first, but Zhu Lian's last sentence broke his concentration. Chen Pinggan stood up with a dark face and went to the room on the first floor. Zhu Lian stood up and watched Chen Pinggan leave. After closing the door, he returned to his seat. The hunchbacked old man looked at the night scene alone. The pine nuts in the mountains rustled and the grass insects chirped under the moonlight. This was the end of the world. What more could a man ask for? A moment later, this martial artist, whose heart was as calm as water, looked around and saw that there was no one around. He secretly took out a book, dipped it in his saliva, and began to flip through the book. Reading a forbidden book in the moonlight was also a great joy in life. The next day, Chen Pinggan did not go to the second floor to be fed with punches. Because the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of Dali Imperial Court had arrived at Mount Paul Cloud to sign a contract with the Song clan. Wei Yipai personally came to Mount Luopa, and then brought Chen Pinggan to Linlu Academy. The old assistant minister and the relevant officials were already waiting there. Chen Pinggan was no stranger to Dali's high official. After Liju Cave took root, he had met the old assistant minister several times. This was the first time Chen Pinggan came to Dali's highest standard academy. Because he was directly dragged to a secluded place in the academy by Wei Yipai, he saved a lot of walking through corridors and buildings. Ruan Tong was not there. The military saint who was in charge of this place had secretly left. It was the Golden Core Earth Immortal Dong Jiyu of the Dragon Spring Sword sect who came in his place. He had his master's personal seal, which was a saint's token. It was not an ordinary object. From this, It could be seen that Ruan Tong trusted this disciple who was born a demon. On one of the tables, other than the most important general contract of the alliance, there were also many mountain land deeds. The Oxhorn Mountain that originally belonged to the Package House, the Cinnabar Mountain of the Shu family in Qingfeng City, the Grey Mist Mountain that was closest to Mount Luorpa, the Longfish Back, the Azure Dawn Peak, and the Sword Prayer Platform that was located in the westernmost part of the mountains. There were a total of 6 mountains of different sizes that were all under Chen Pingan's name. Other than Chen Pingan, the old assistant minister who had both the imperial seal of Dali Imperial Court and the official seal of the Ministry of Rites, the Ruan Tong seal in Donggu's hand, and Wei Pai who took off the golden earring. After taking off the earring, Wei Pai used some kind of magic to turn it into a solid round seal. There were also 2 deputy mountain masters of the academy who were just there to join in the fun. One of them was a famous scholar of Dali in the literary world. It was said that many of the plaques and couplets in the Wenwu Temple of Longquan were written by this famous scholar. The other one was an acquaintance. The old Confucian of Huangting Kingdom who had entertained Chen Pingan and the others back then was actually an old flood dragon that had lived for countless years. He was also the father of the founder of Xiang Prefecture, Wu Yi. The governor of Longquan Prefecture, Wu Yuan, county magistrate Yuan, and supervisor Cao, 3 young officials, were all present today. Beside Dong Jiyu stood a young man, Mai of the Xie family, Xieling from Peachleaf Alley. Logically speaking, even if Xieling was the disciple of Ruan Tong, he shouldn't have appeared here. However, his ancestor was too famous, the heavenly lord Xie. Therefore, when Xieling appeared, most of the people present pretended not to see him. The old assistant minister even took the initiative to exchange some pleasantries with this young man. Xieling responded appropriately, neither arrogantly nor shyly. After chatting with the old assistant minister, the young man continued to remain silent. However, when the main character, Chen Pingan, finally appeared, Xieling took a few more glances at the guy from Mud Bottle Alley. Ma Kushuan from Apricot Blossom Alley, Chen Pingan from Mud Bottle Alley. They were already very famous in the mountains of Longquan Prefecture. A cultivation prodigy who had already killed a golden core sword cultivator, a landlord who bought Immortal Mountain like buying a few acres of farmland. However, there were rumors that Ma Kushuan and Chen Pingan didn't get along. It was rumored that they had fought in the Immortal Tomb in the early years. Xieling was very curious, how did Chen Pingan survive? One had to know that Martial Mountain's Ma Kushuan had always been the person he was chasing. And he, Xieling, not only had a powerful ancestor, he was also favored by sect master Lu Chenqing, who personally gave him a Linglong treasure pagoda that was close to an immortal weapon. Therefore, Xieling's gaze, since he was young, had always been looking at the peak of Treasure Bottle Continent. Occasionally, he would lower his head to look at the people below. Actually, there was also Liu Xianyang. Back then, he had profited from a disaster and survived. He was even brought to South Swirling Continent's Chen clan to study. His luck and future were very good, but after all, the journey was long and the news was not smooth. Furthermore, in a short period of time, it would be very difficult for him to do well. In the cultivation of the 3 sects and 100 sects, the more orthodox one was, the harder it was to break through quickly. Although one could walk higher and further on the Great Tao, in the early stages, they were often inferior to the genius disciples of the unorthodox path, who would advance rapidly on the path of cultivation. As for the little fellow called Jiyu Kan from Booklake, it was said that he was extremely dismal. He had even lost the descendant of the true dragon. It was estimated that his great Tao had collapsed. Back then, there were 5 opportunities in Pearl Grotto Heaven. Jiyu Kan was the first of the 5 to lose the pitiful worm. As for the matters outside, Xieling was not very interested. Even if senior apprentice brother Dong Jiyu and senior apprentice sister Xu Xiaoqiao said something, he would ignore it. Chen Pingan was wearing a green robe today. He had a white jade hairpin on his head, a sword nurturing gourd, and a sword immortal on his back. In the eyes of ordinary people, the haggard look had subtracted some of the impression of inexperienced and incompetent. Standing among the crowd, even if he did not stand out, at least he would not be overshadowed by others. Even if Chen Pinggan did not deliberately pursue anything, his tone was gentle and his expression was calm. He socialized with those people one by one. For example, he talked about the old days with Laro Jiao, the cliff stone carvings in Huangting country, and the food in Laro Jiao's residence in the forest. He told the great Confucian of the academy that he had once read the works, and that he would pay a visit to the academy in the future to ask for advice. The old assistant minister looked at all of this with a smile. He was considered a third-grade high official in the center of the imperial court. He was noble and had real power. Of course, the old man had an impression of Chen Pinggan. The first time they met was at Saint Juan's sword-forging shop. The shabby young man was standing beside Wan Xiu. Both of them were friends, and neither of them felt awkward. The old assistant minister, who had cultivated a pair of sharp eyes in the officialdom, remembered Chen Pinggan at that time. Wei Pai stood beside Chen Pinggan throughout the day. Even Dong Jiyu of the Dragon Spring swordsmanship sect, who looked like a man of few words, took the initiative to chat with Chen Pinggan. The matter of signing the contract was originally not complicated. Probably because there was a scribe from the imperial court named Pen Sticker on the side, and Wei Ba and Wan Cheng were participating in this event, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites added a few more steps to make it seem more grand. Of course, it had to conform to the Great Li's etiquette. From the beginning to the end, there were no twists and turns. The group chatted happily and there was no banquet to celebrate. After all, they were in Linlu Academy. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites of Dali, he was busy with work. This year, he was in charge of the local evaluation of officials in Dali. Therefore, he was about to go to Oxhorn Mountain. He took the ferry back to the capital and left first. In the end, Chen Pinggan and Wei Pai stood in a pavilion used for sightseeing in Linlu Academy. Chen Pinggan did not ask about Jiao Xian. It was inappropriate. After all, he was a hostage sent by the Great Sui Kingdom to Dali. Wei Pai smiled and asked, "What are you looking at?" Chen Pinggan retracted his gaze and smiled. "Nothing." Standing in this new and magnificent Linlu Academy, looking at the old school that no one taught and no one read, one could only vaguely see the outline of the town. It was not clear at all. Wei Pai reminded him, "There will be some social engagements later. The immortal forces that stayed here will definitely pay a visit to Luopa Mountain in the near future. You should be prepared." Chen Pinggan smiled. "I'm not unfamiliar with these social interactions now. I can handle it." Wei Pai joked, "Don't you feel a little irritable after delaying your practice?" Chen Pinggan shook his head. "No, understanding the world is knowledge. As long as it's useful, there's no avoiding it. It's better to adjust my mentality early on." Wei Pai asked, "Why do you want to know about Dong Shuijing indirectly? You don't trust him?" Chen Pinggan laughed and shook his head quickly. He did not hide anything from Wei Pai. "No, Dong Shuijing and I are friends. It's just that this business deal involves another friend. Since it's a business deal, I can't be biased. What if I'm friends with them, but they don't see eye to eye with each other and become entangled with each other? It'll be a pity if I lose two friends in a good deal that's supposed to be mutually beneficial because of some things that I'm unclear about." Chen Pinggan had already planned to write a letter to Pond Water City's Guaniran. He roughly said that he had a friend from the same hometown called Dong Shuijing. He was a businessman, honest, and quick-witted. However, he would also tell Guaniran frankly in the letter that if it was difficult, or if it wasn't the right time to be in the limelight, or if it wasn't the time to make money, then don't force yourself. Moreover, before leaving Longquan County, he would most likely receive a reply from Guaniran. Therefore, Chen Pinggan would find Dong Shuijing again and speak more thoroughly. Even if some of the words might not be pleasant to hear, he still had to say what he should say. Chen Pinggan sighed ruefully. "I've suffered in this kind of matter before." Wei Pai nodded. Chen Pinggan had roughly told him about Wind Thunder Garden's Liu Baqiao and Old Dragon City's Sun Jiashu. Chen Pinggan smiled with some heartfelt joy. "With so many mountains, we can do a lot of things." Wei Pai joked, "For example, who will be the mountain king of this grey mist mountain, and who will occupy that cinnabar mountain to cultivate?" Chen Pinggan smiled. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Wei Pai didn't say anything. The mountains were all properties under Chen Pingan's name. As for how to settle them, it was all up to Chen Pingan himself. Wei Pai thought of something. In the near future, my northern mountain domain will hold the first night parade of gods after I took office. The gods from all over will have to leave their territories and come to worship this cloud-splitting mountain. If you're interested, I can bring you to Cloud-Splitting Mountain when the time comes. Chen Pingan had carefully flipped through the immortal book of Hanging Mountain and knew the origin of this matter. The mountain gods of various countries had revered statuses. Moreover, the god position and the highest-ranking Jiang god were destined to not be higher than the 5 great mountain gods. According to the etiquette of the vast world, the mountain gods in their territories would have to meet the mountain gods at fixed times. From the lowest level like the earth god, Hebo, Hipo, and so on, to the water god of Tiefu River, Yonghua of Longquan County, and further down were Xiuhua River, Chongdan River, Yuye River. These mountain gods, as well as the mountain gods of Luopa Mountain and Mount Fengliang, as well as the gods of civil and military temples and city god pavilions of various levels, all had to leave their territories on a certain day to bring gifts and worship Wei Pai, the mountain god. At that time, Longquan County and county cities would have to implement a night ban. This was a rule that had been passed down for a long time. Every 30 years, or 60 years, or at most 100 years, the mountain god temple that ruled over a region would hold a night parade. Actually, there was another situation where a similar grand event would occur. When a cultivator ascended to the upper 5 realms, the mountain gods within thousands of miles, regardless of their borders, would often take the initiative to worship the immortal. There were many gods in the night parade, and there were more than 100 of them. Each of them had their own magical powers, so it was known by the cultivators on the mountain as the immortal map of the gods. Chen Pingan politely rejected Wei Pai's good intentions. On that day, I'll just watch from Luopa Mountain. Wei Pai did not insist. Chen Pingan did not immediately rush back to Luopa Mountain. He would let Xu Lian enjoy his life alone today. He also wanted to take a break from his busy schedule and tidy up his messy thoughts at the same time. Wei Pai accompanied Chen Pingan to stand there and enjoy the scenery. Chen Pingan turned his head and glanced at the north. All the way north, after crossing the sea, they would reach the North Continent. Wei Pai smiled and said, "At that time, I was in a hurry and didn't go to the South Sura continent or the Fuyao continent that was closest to the inverted hanging mountain. Do you have any regrets?" Chen Pingan smiled bitterly and said, "I really couldn't care less. I don't have any regrets." Wei Pai walked over and sat on the railing. "I heard that the saints of the academies of the 2 continents are the worst. They are the North Continent and the Fuyao continent. One is busy mediating fights, the other is busy cleaning up messes. They can't relax and study in peace." Wei Pai turned his head. "Oh right, you've been to the Tongyi continent. What's your impression? Other than it being much bigger than the Aquarius continent, what else do you think?" Chen Pingan thought for a while. Maybe it's because the territory is too big, many places are very isolated. Moreover, there is a huge difference in the amount of spiritual energy in each place. It's easy to have big mountains and huge immortal cave abodes, like the Tongyi sect, Jade Gui sect, Taiping Mountain, Fuyao sect, all of them are huge. In the Aquarius continent, I'm afraid only the Divine Grandeur sect can compete with these big mountains. However, there are many small countries in the Tongyi continent that don't know what cultivators are. The spiritual energy is thin, and it's truly a lawless place." Wei Pai nodded and asked with a smile, "Then do you know that in the vast 9 continents of the world, other than the central divine continent, the destiny of the other 8 continents is actually the same?" Chen Pingan shook his head. He did not know, but soon he had some doubts. Wei Pai understood and explained, "Don't look at how small the Aquarius continent is, and there aren't many local great cultivators. It's a classic example of someone who worked hard for others. If we trace it back to the source, according to the so-called books of the secular dynasties, it's actually not bad. Just the cultivators who came out of the Pearl Grotto heaven, there's Xieshe from the Peach Leaf Alley, Cao Shi from the Mud Bottle Alley, and the younger generation, Liu Xianyang, Zhao Yao, Didn't they all run out, right? It's because they can't keep people, that makes the Aquarius continent seem especially shabby. Chen Pinggan sighed. Previously, the Tongya continent was in chaos. I don't think the Fuyao continent is any better. Moreover, the demon clan's 1,000 years of operation in the Tongya continent has caused great damage to the Tongya continent, especially the Taiping Mountain and the Fuyao sect, which suffered the most casualties. But at least the continent has been turned upside down. When I was at the inverted mountain, I knew that the South Soro continent, the Tongya continent, and the Fuyao continent all had great treasures. I heard that the Fuyao continent was the most chaotic among the 9 continents. Now that the Fuyao continent is also in chaos, I can't imagine how badly the saints and gentlemen of the academy are in. The Fuyao continent, as Chen Pinggan knew from the Immortal Book, was indeed chaotic. If the entire Fuyao continent was seen as a dynasty, after 500 years of continuous annexation, it had formed a vassal town separatist force led by more than 10 great dynasties. Fighting and fighting, heroes and heroes surged, treacherous officials and pillars of the chaotic world emerged one after another. Moreover, the cultivators of the Fuyao continent liked to go down the mountain to support the dragon. Therefore, it was also mocked by the Central Plains as the bucket continent because it was the most shaky. As for the South Soro continent, which was closest to the inverted mountain, the cultural pulse was flourishing, and the martial arts were thriving. In the eyes of the cultivators of the Central Plains, there were very few vassals of other continents that were worthy of their attention. Moreover, the South Soro continent had produced a mellow scholar, Chen Chunan, who could carry the sun and moon on his shoulders. It was just that after chatting about the situation of the world and the general trend, that was all. Chen Pinggan was worried about these seemingly unrelated matters because of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Wei Pai was worried because as the future righteous god of the Northern Peak Mountain, he would have immediate worries if he did not think about the future. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "I'll go back first, but not to the Luopa Mountain, but to the small town. I'll go and see Pei Qian. Just send me to Mount Shenzhou." Wei Pai nodded and gently flicked his sleeve, sending Chen Pinggan to Mount Shenzhou. The imperial wind drives the sun and moon, shrinking the earth and walking the mountains and rivers. The water is the palm print, and the thunder is the thunder that shakes the heavens. He was a god. After Chen Pinggan left, Wei Pai sat alone on the railing of the pavilion. The birds and beasts, the sea of clouds, the mountain wind, the living and the dead, all seemed to be extremely docile. Suddenly, he laughed. Because he remembered a small matter just now. My of the Xie family found Chen Pinggan in private. After greeting him, she asked with a smile, "Aren't you curious why Sister Shosho didn't come to the cloud-covering mountain?" Sister Shosho. It was a very particular name. In the end, Chen Pinggan smiled and replied, "I'm familiar with Miss Wan, but I'm not familiar with you." It almost caused Xie Ling, the little fellow with great fortune, to suffer internal injuries. No words could compare to such an understatement. It was enough to make people suffer in silence. Perhaps even a blind person by the roadside could see that Xie Ling admired his eldest senior sister very much. Not to mention the disciples of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. It was just that Xie Ling's cultivation talent was good and his opportunities were great. In the end, he was inexperienced and thought that not many people could see through his thoughts. Then, he met Chen Pinggan. Although the two of them were not much different in age, in terms of controlling people's hearts, it was like a lower 5-realm cultivator being casually bullied by an upper 5-realm cultivator. The key point was that Xie Ling asked for it. From the moment they met, he had been sizing up Chen Pinggan. When Chen Pinggan saw Wan Fei, of course, he could only hide. Seeing Xie Ling, would he be afraid? Wei Pai stretched and turned to look at the Long Spring Palace in the north of Dallas capital. He wondered if the Osmanthus flowers had bloomed this year. Would there be another woman who broke the Osmanthus branches and walked on the mountain path with it in her hand? Would there be a man beside her that she liked in this life? If there was, he hoped that he was a scholar with good character and learning. Wei Pai nodded. Zhu Lian said it well. If it was a scholar without the strength to truss a chicken, there would be no worries at all. If it was a cultivator, it would be more troublesome. But it didn't matter. If he, Wei Pai, couldn't do it, he, Zhu Lian, as his brother, would do it for him. This kind of thing, holding a gunny sack, covering one's face, and knocking someone out was a secret technique that one had to be proficient in. It was a blessing to have such a close friend in life. Wei Pai thought of Chen Ping'an's actions after returning to Luopa Mountain for no reason. Wei Pai sighed and murmured, "You already have such a big territory, but you still think that living in a small house on the first floor of the bamboo building is enough?" Wei Pai was relieved. The place to settle down was small. A place of peace needed to be big. To search for great freedom in a mustard seed. Wei Pai put his hands on the railing and softly hummed a folk song that he learned from Pei Qian, "Eat stinky tofu." Wei Pai suddenly had a craving for food that he hadn't felt for many years. He didn't know if Chen Ping'an would stay until winter. At that time, when there were winter bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest, he would dig up a few and bring them to the bamboo building. He heard from Zhu Lian that Chen Ping'an's cooking skills were actually quite good. Wei Pai didn't know that when the young Chen Ping'an took Li Baoping, Li Huai and the others to travel to study, the only time he felt wronged was when those heartless little guys disliked his cooking skills. The pot of fish soup he cooked was far inferior to the big table of mountain offerings in Lao Jiao's mansion. This was a knot in Chen Ping'an's heart that he still couldn't untie. After that, he traveled alone, eating and sleeping in the open. Every time he was free, he would compete with his food. Naturally, his cooking skills were good. In the small town. As soon as Chen Ping'an stepped over the threshold, he saw the head on the counter. The key was that Pei Qian's eyes didn't move at all. Looking at her in broad daylight, Chen Ping'an didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly walked over and hit her. Pei Qian held her head with both hands and complained, "Master, I'm not lazy or playful." Chen Ping'an reached out and pulled her ear. Pei Qian immediately said seriously, "Master, I was wrong." Chen Ping'an nodded and stopped. Pei Qian smiled and said, "Master, now can you tell me what was wrong?" Chen Ping'an smiled and said, "It's nothing. Master's hands are itchy." Sharu held back her laughter. Pei Qian turned her head and stared, "Sister Sharu, what's wrong with you? How could he be secretly happy? Don't you know that people like you are the first to be killed in Jianghu?" Sharu smiled and said, "I'm already dead." Pei Qian said angrily, "Then I'll beat you back to life with one punch." Sharu raised her chin, indicating that Pei Qian's master was still here. Pei Qian didn't turn her head and said to Sharu with a smile, "In Jianghu, how can you fight and kill as you wish? I'm not that kind of person. If word gets out, it will ruin master's reputation." Chen Ping'an took a piece of pastry and put it in his mouth. He picked one for Pei Qian and Sharu and handed it to them at the counter. Pei Qian took a bite and smiled brightly, "Wow, today's pastry is especially delicious." Sharu took small bites of the pastry. She was very ladylike, but with Du Mao's appearance, such a delicate action was not as comfortable as Pei Qian's head on the counter. Chen Ping'an patted his head and suddenly realized, no wonder the shop's business is so bad. "Do you two get paid? If you do, half of it will be deducted." Pei Qian's eyes indicated that it was time for Sister Sharu to act. She wasn't good at dealing with her master. Sharu smiled sweetly. Chen Ping'an's hair stood on end and changed his words, "Okay, I won't deduct it." Pei Qian raised her hand. Sharu hesitated for a moment and quickly gave her a light high five to celebrate. Chen Ping'an said helplessly, "I'll go to the other shop to take a look." Pei Qian quickly jumped off the small stool and went around the counter, shouting to lead the way for her master. In fact, they were all in Dragon Riding Alley, just a few steps away. Sharu looked at the back of the big and small one walking out of the shop and she also smiled. Until this moment, she realized that it was indeed different without Chen Ping'an in Luopo Mountain. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guesthouse mobile version. 466. The narrow Dragon Riding Alley was a slope with a long flight of stairs. The straw shop was at the bottom of the stairs, along with the Sway Sway shop. The two shops were the ancestral businesses of the little girl with ponytails, Shijiachuan's family. Later, the little girl did not follow Li Baoping and Li Huai to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy to study, nor did she stay in the town like Dong Shuijing. Instead, she followed her family and moved to the capital of Dali. She sold the two shops. Later, with the help of Ruan Kui, the shops passed to Chen Pinggan. Every time Chen Pinggan returned home, Dong Shuijing would still see him. However, Shi Jiachuan had not seen him since that time they parted. The straw shop was first owned by the Shi family. It sold sundries and stored many old items. It was the earliest pawn shop in Lizhu Cave. Later, when they moved, the Shi family picked some relatively pleasing antiques and left half of them in the shop. It could be seen that even if the Shi family moved to the capital, they would still be a big family. When Chen Pinggan first returned to Lizhu Cave after he got the shops, especially after he knew the value of those items, he felt guilty and uneasy. He always thought that it would be better to just close the shops. When the Shi family returned to the town to visit relatives, he would return the shops and the items to the Shi family at the original price. However, Ruan Xiu did not agree at that time. She said that business was business and relationships were relationships. Although Chen Pinggan agreed, he still felt a knot in his heart. However, now that he was used to doing business with others, he did not think about it. However, if the Shi family was willing to send someone to take back the shops, Chen Pinggan felt that it was okay and would not refuse. However, in the future, both sides would not be able to talk about relationships. Of course, how much was his relationship with Chen Pinggan worth? There was only one shop assistant in the shop. She was an old woman with a simple temperament. It was said that when Ruan Xiu was the shopkeeper of the shop, she often chatted with her. Chen Pinggan naturally recognized the old woman. She came from Apricot Blossom Alley. According to the seniority in the town, even if there was a 40-year difference in age, he only needed to call her Aunt Chen. However, they were not real relatives. Although the old woman was old, she had done farm work all her life. Her body was strong and healthy. Even though her children had moved to Longquan County City and stayed there a few times, she really couldn't endure the large and cold houses there. She couldn't even find an acquaintance to quarrel with, so she stubbornly returned to the small town. Her children were filial, so she couldn't do anything about it. However, she heard that her daughter-in-law had some gossip and disliked her mother-in-law for being a disgrace here. Now that the family had bought several servant girls, there was no need for an old mother-in-law to come out and earn a few copper coins. Especially the shopkeeper of the shop, who was the poorest junior in Mud Bottle Alley back then. Of Aunt Chen. Of Aunt Chen. Of Aunt Chen. Chen Pinggan chatted with the old woman for a long time. They both used the town's dialect. The old woman was talkative. When they talked about the past, she looked at Chen Pinggan, who was now very successful. The old woman could not help but tear up. She said, how good would it be if Chen Pinggan's mother could see her current situation? She only cared about suffering all her life and did not enjoy a single day of good fortune. In the last year, she could not even get out of bed. She did not even make it through that winter. Heaven was not fair. When they talked about the sad part, the old woman complained about Chen Pinggan's father. What's the use of being a good person? He is also a sinner. He is gone just like that, causing his wife and son to suffer for so many years. In the end, the old woman patted Chen Pinggan's hand lightly. Don't blame your father. Just take it that you and your mother owed him in your previous life. It's good that you have paid off your old debts in this life. It's a good thing. Maybe you will be reunited in your next life and enjoy life together. Chen Pinggan accompanied Aunt Chen and sat obediently on the bench. He held the old woman's withered hand and listened to her complaints. He did not dare to retort. Pei Qian took a small stool and sat not far away. He gently nibbled on melon seeds and quietly looked at his master, who was a little unfamiliar to him. Pei Qian learned the languages of various places very quickly. He was very familiar with the Longquan County's dialect. Therefore, when the two of them chatted, Pei Qian could understand them. His master seemed to be chatting with the old woman. He was both sad and happy. Moreover, Pei Qian felt that it was very strange. His master was such an amazing person. No matter who he met, he would almost never be so respectful. It was as if no matter what the long-winded old woman said, it was always right. Master would listen to it and keep every word in his heart. Moreover, his master's current state of mind was very peaceful. Actually, before his master went down the mountain and came to the shop, Pei Qian felt that she had suffered a great grievance. It was just that her master wanted to practice his fist at Luopo Mountain, so she did not want to disturb him. Therefore, she stayed at the shop and stepped on the small stool in a daze. She was always depressed and could not raise the slightest bit of spirit to go out and wander around like before. When she thought of the few big white geese in the small town bullying passers-by again, Pei Qian became even angrier. Because a few days ago, she heard a lot of gossips in the small town. Actually, a few years ago, Pei Qian also heard it. It was just bits and pieces. At that time, Pei Qian felt that she was a Jianghu person and should be more magnanimous. Therefore, she did not teach them a lesson on the spot. She only secretly recorded it in a small account book and secretly hid it at the bottom of a small bamboo box. Which day, which bastard, grandson, old woman, and what kind of words she heard. However, after her master returned to Luopo Mountain, there were especially many bad words recently. There were many idle men who were full but did not die from eating too much. There were also people who were about the same age as her master and some gossipy women who gathered at the corners of the streets and alleys and gossiped together. Most of them were old affairs that happened in Mud Bottle Alley and some rumors about Chen Pinggan being an apprentice of the Dragon Kill. They liked to joke about the pitiful things that happened to Chen Pinggan when he was young. This was not too much. There were also some more disgusting words. They took out her master's friend Liu Xianyang, the neighbor Song Jisin and the servant girl Ji Qiu, as well as Ji Yukan's mother, the widow, and even Wan Xiu's sister to make up stories. For example, her master relied on fawning on Wan Xiu to achieve today's glory. They also said that he had an affair with Ji Yukan's mother, so he often helped the widow and often borrowed money from Song Jisin and did not pay it back. It was too much. Pei Qian firmly remembered it. Every time she returned to the shop, behind Sharu's back, she took out the account book at the bottom of the box. When she started writing, she gnashed her teeth, so the ink was especially heavy. If her master was not in Luopo Mountain now, Pei Qian would have already taken action, no matter if she was a little kid or an old woman who was dozens of years old. Later, Sharu noticed some clues one day and comforted Pei Qian. She said that whether it was in the marketplace or in the imperial court, how many people would really see others doing well? There were definitely some, but there were very few. When they met you face to face, they would flatter you and say good things about you. Then, they would turn around and gossip behind your back. This was a very normal thing. As a result, Pei Qian retorted, saying that he did not care, but saying bad things about his master, no. Sharu felt that it was tricky. She was really afraid that Pei Qian would not be able to hold back one day and hurt someone. Therefore, when Chen Pinggan came to the shop this time, she actually wanted to talk about this matter. However, Pei Qian was sticking to her master, so Sharu did not have a chance to speak for the time being. She just thought that Pei Qian had met her master today and heard the old woman's nagging. Suddenly, she was angry and felt wronged, but not so much. In particular, Pei Qian remembered that one year, when he helped his master pay respects to his parents' graves, he met an old woman halfway up the mountain. When Pei Qian looked back, the old woman seemed to be standing at the grave of his master's parents. She was bending down to put a plate of glutinous rice cake and smoked tofu in front of the grave. Pei Qian chewed on melon seeds and grinned. He would not tell his master about this troublesome matter. Also, he would smile more often to this old woman who would have to call his master Auntie Chen in the future. After leaving the straw shop, Chen Pinggan did not directly send Pei Qian back to the shop. Instead, he took Pei Qian to go shopping. They walked up the stairs of Dragon Rider Alley and then took a detour through the streets and alleys to Liu Xianyang's ancestral home. After opening the door, Chen Pinggan picked up the broom and began to clean. Pei Qian was no stranger to this place. When they parted in Red Candle Town, her master had given her a bunch of keys, including this place. Every now and then, she would come here with the girl in pink to clean this place. When they parted that time, her master had specially instructed her not to touch anything in the house. At that time, she was still a little sad, so she asked the girl in pink if she had told her master that. The girl in pink hesitated and Pei Qian knew that she had not. She squatted on the threshold and felt melancholic for a long time, letting the girl in pink work alone. Pei Qian said that she looked at the almanac and that she did not have the strength today. Today was different. When her master was sweeping the floor, she did not need to look at the almanac to know that she was full of strength today. She ran to the kitchen and took a bucket and a rag. She scooped some water from the water tank that still had some water left and helped to clean the tables, stools, and windows in the house. Chen Pinggan laughed and told Pei Qian many stories. In the early years, how he went up the mountain and into the water with Liu Xianyang, how they set traps to catch wild animals, made slingshots, made bows and arrows, caught fish, caught birds, and caught snakes. There were many interesting stories. When Chen Pinggan did not speak, Pei Qian had nothing to do. She would recite something like the rules of the village and the ancestral teachings of the family. It was so catchy that even Chen Pinggan did not know where she learned it from and recited it. When the rooster crows, sweep the courtyard and make it clean inside and outside. Lock the door and personally inspect the house. 3 provinces of gentleman and son. Every porridge and meal is not easy to come by. The quality of the utensils is clean and the jar is better than gold and jade. Do not think of the kindness that is given, do not forget the kindness that is received. Follow the rules and listen to the heavens. Chen Pinggan listened to her recitation and did not ask much. He just looked at Pei Qian, who was working and shaking her head. Chen Pinggan's face was full of smiles. After finishing, the two of them sat together on the threshold to rest. Pei Qian asked, "Master, your relationship with Liu Xianyang is so good." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Of course." Master was Liu Xianyang's little follower back then. Later, there was a little slug who was a burden behind Master. The 3 of us had the best relationship back then. Pei Qian turned to look at her master, who had lost a lot of weight. She hesitated for a long time and asked softly, "Master, I mean if someone said bad things about you, would you be angry?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "If someone said bad things about me to my face, I would not be angry. If someone said bad things about me behind my back, I would not be angry." Pei Qian wondered, "Master, didn't they say that even a clay bodhisattva has some anger? Why are you not angry?" Chen Pinggan patted Pei Qian's little head, "Because it's useless to be angry." Pei Qian handed a handful of melon seeds to her master. After Chen Pinggan took it, the master and disciple ate the melon seeds together. Pei Qian said sullenly, "Then we'll just let others say bad things?" "Master, this is not right." Chen Pinggan sat there lazily, eating melon seeds. He looked forward and smiled. "Do you want to hear a big reason or a small reason?" Pei Qian smiled and said, "I want to hear both." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Then let's talk about a big reason first. It's not only for you to hear, but also for me to hear. So it's okay if you don't understand for the time being. How should I put it? What we say and do every day, is it really just a few words and a few things? No, these words and things are strands that gather together. It's like the streams in the mountains in the west, which eventually become the Dragon Whisker River and the Tiefu River. This river is like the most fundamental foundation of each of us. It's an important vein hidden in our hearts. It determines the greatest joys and sorrows of our lives. This long river of veins could hold a lot of fish, prawns, crabs, water plants, and stones. But sometimes, it would dry up and flood. It was hard to say, because most of the time, we didn't even know why it became like this. So in the article you just recited, it mentioned the 3 virtues of a gentleman. Actually, the Confucian school has another saying, it's called restraining oneself and returning to propriety. When I was reading the writings of the scholars, I saw a great Confucian scholar in Tongya continent who was known as a perfect person throughout history. He specially built a plaque with the words restraining anger written on it. I think that if you can do this, your state of mind will not be flooded. You won't be flooded when you meet a bridge or a dam bursting when you meet a dam. Pei Qian asked, "Then what about me?" Chen Pinggan smiled, "It's a small principle. Then it's even simpler. When you're poor, When you're being criticized, you can only endure. You can't help but criticize others behind their backs. It's fine as long as you don't break them. If your family is rich and you're living a good life, others will be jealous. Why can't you let them say a few words? When you return home, the family that's living a good life will be criticized by others. Their ancestors' blessings won't be reduced at all. The poor family might even lose their own merits and make things worse. Thinking about it like this, you're not angry anymore, right? Pei Qian crossed his arms and frowned. He thought hard about this small principle and finally nodded. I'm not that angry anymore, but I'm still angry. Chen Pinggan smiled. It's normal to be angry. But when you're angry, you don't rely on your ability to beat people. You don't use big mistakes to deal with small mistakes. That's very good. Pei Qian jumped for joy. Master, I've heard so many bad things, but I didn't beat people. Not even once. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, then I'll give you a verbal reward. Pei Qian smiled and said, Master, give me a few copper coins as a reward. Chen Pinggan smiled and shook his head. That won't do. You have to pay attention to profit and loss. You can't be like this. Since you've followed me as your master, you have to suffer this. Pei Qian smiled and said, what kind of suffering is this? Chen Pinggan turned his head and saw that Pei Qian was holding the shells of the sunflower seeds in his hand. Pei Qian did the same as Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan poured the melon seed shells in his palm into Pei Qian's palm and said, one day, you will meet some people. As long as you casually throw the melon seed shells on the ground in the alley, they will point fingers at you. These people can be divided into two types. One type is from a rich family and has never struggled in the mud. The other type is people who have left the Riding Dragon Alley, but they are destined to stay in the Riding Dragon Alley for the rest of their lives. In the future, you have to be more careful of the latter. Because the former is arrogant, the latter is evil. Pei Qian opened his eyes wide and said with a look of disbelief, throwing the melon seed shells casually and getting scolded. The ground is full of chicken dung and dog dung, and I don't scold them? What kind of world is this? Chen Pinggan didn't talk about the two more extreme kinds of cause and effect, such as the moral defects of the saints and the occasional good deeds of the wicked. It was too early to talk about these things with Pei Qian. It wouldn't make Pei Qian more reasonable, but would only become a burden for him. Moreover, Chen Pinggan didn't want Pei Qian to become the second him. Therefore, when Chen Pinggan told Pei Qian about the principles that he had figured out, it was like a bowl of millet porridge or a steamed bun. No matter how much Pei Qian ate, he wouldn't go bad. Even if he ate too much, Pei Qian would only feel a little bloated. If he felt that he couldn't eat anymore, he could just put it aside first. On Pei Qian's side, Chen Pinggan hoped that he wouldn't hand him a bowl of bitter medicine, a bowl of strong wine, or a dish that was too spicy. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, the reason why I told you this is because I'm afraid that you will hide and sulk alone in the future. I just want you to know that there are such people in the world. And these people that you may not like may do something that you don't like, but they may do other things better than you. So, let's try to understand more about this world first. Pei Qian scratched his head. Master, my head hurts. Chen Pinggan patted his head. It's enough to know the general meaning. In the future, when you travel the world, see more and think more. When it's time to act, don't be vague. Not all right and wrong will be vague. Pei Qian said timidly, Master, in the future, when I travel the world, if I don't go far, will you not buy me a little donkey? Chen Pinggan smiled and said, of course not. Pei Qian was relieved. That's good, I can go back to Luo Po Mountain in time for dinner. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, how far do you plan to travel the world for the first time? Pei Qian's eyes turned sharply, but he couldn't think of a good idea, and he didn't want to lie to his master, so he was a little helpless. Chen Pinggan said helplessly, at least go to Red Candle Town, right? Pei Qian was relieved. Fortunately, his master didn't ask him to go to Huangting, Dali, or other places so far away. He promised, no problem. Then I'll bring enough dry food and melon seed. Chen Pinggan smashed a chestnut. Pei Qian quickly endured the pain, but he didn't forget to cover his hand to prevent the melon seed shells from falling to the ground. Chen Pinggan stood up, locked the door, and left the alley with Pei Qian. He casually picked up a branch on the side of the road. When there was no one around, Chen Pinggan smiled and asked Pei Qian to scatter flowers. Pei Qian pecked at the melon seed shells in his hands like a chicken. "Master, I'm starting." Chen Pinggan nodded with one hand behind his back and the other hand holding the branch. Pei Qian shouted softly and threw the melon seed shells in his hands high. Chen Pinggan didn't move, and neither did the branch in his hand, but the cuffs and corners of his green robe were already swaying without wind. Chen Pinggan took a step forward, leaving only a green afterimage in his original position. The melon seed shells were hit by the sword tip and shattered one after another. When Chen Pinggan regained his footing, in Pei Qian's eyes, the area within a radius of 1 zhong seemed to be filled with portraits of his shifu and the others wielding their swords. Pei Qian hit his palm with his fist. "Master, your peerless swordsmanship is even stronger than my crazy demon swordsmanship. Amazing, amazing." Chen Pinggan threw the branch and laughed. "This is your crazy demon swordsmanship." Pei Qian blinked. "Is there a crazy demon swordsmanship in the world that won't hit you?" Chen Pinggan couldn't help laughing. He thought for a while and said with a rare playful smile, "Watch carefully, there's still one more move." Pei Qian immediately took a deep breath and put his palms down slowly, making a posture of dantian. "Master, please make your move." Chen Pinggan glanced at the branch on the ground, put 2 fingers together, and suddenly twisted his body forward. His big sleeves fluttered, and the branch on the ground was like a flying sword driven by qi, drawing an arc. When Chen Pinggan stood still, he pointed to one place. "Go." The branch was like a long sword, nailing straight into the wall in the distance. Pei Qian held his belly and laughed. Master was just learning from her. How could a master steal a disciple's special skill? Chen Pinggan laughed and brought the bouncing Pei Qian back to Dragon Rider Alley. Pei Qian suddenly ran back and pulled out the branch from the wall, saying that this divine weapon, she had to treasure it well. After sending Pei Qian to the shop, Chen Pinggan said goodbye to the old woman and Sharu and was about to return to Luopo Mountain. Pei Qian said that she wanted to send him off, so they walked together to Dragon Rider Alley. Chen Pinggan reached the entrance of the alley and told Pei Qian to go back. Pei Qian ran back to the shop like a wisp of smoke. When she arrived at the entrance of the shop, she saw that her master was still standing in the same place. She waved her hand with all her might. After seeing her master nod, she swaggered into the shop and raised the branch in her hand high up. She smiled at Sharu, who was standing behind the counter, and said, "Big sister Sharu, can you tell what kind of treasure this is?" Sharu looked at the charcoal girl in high spirits and didn't know what she was up to. She shook her head. "Forgive my poor eyes, I can't see it." Pei Qian's eyes were full of pity as she lamented, "Sister Sharu, you can't even see it, it's just a branch." Sharu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was sure that if she said that it was a branch, Pei Qian would say something else. At the end of the alley, after Pei Qian's figure disappeared, Chen Pinggan continued to walk, but suddenly looked back. Back then, on another small street, there was also an adult and a child walking side by side. However, compared to his and Pei Qian's master and disciple status, there was nothing at that time, only rain. Chen Pinggan looked at the alley like this, as if he was looking at the 2 people slowly walking towards him. Chen Pinggan, the heart of a child is not blindly pure. You think of the complicated world as simple. Instead, you know a lot of things in the world, human relationships, rules, and principles. In the end, you are still willing to insist on being a good person. Even if you have experienced a lot and suddenly feel that good people don't have good karma, you will still silently tell yourself that you are willing to bear the consequences. No matter how good a bad person is, he is still a bad person. That is ultimately wrong. Do you understand? Mr. Qi, I understand. Can you do it? I don't dare to say that I can do it now. It's okay, take your time. At this moment, the young man in a green robe suddenly said, "Beyond the principles, we are already walking very slowly. We can't be any slower." Chen Pinggan closed his eyes. They chose to build the martial temple in Longquan Commandery in Dali near the immortal tomb. The statue shook. Not only that, many statues of bodhisattvas and heavenly officials in the immortal tomb also started to shake. On the doors of every house in Longquan Commandery, as long as it was a martial temple, it was shining with golden light. The towering statue in the martial temple in the small town seemed to be struggling to suppress it, trying to prevent its golden body from leaving the statue to worship someone. It was against the rules. It was against the will. However, inside the martial temple, a dense martial arts fate poured down like a waterfall, filling the air with mist. Strange things also happened to the statue in the Confucian Temple in Old Porcelain Mountain. If the saints in the martial temple in Longquan Commandery were shocked and unwilling to accept it, the saints in the Confucian Temple who sensed it were even more horrified and confused. Almost at the same time, some people left the peak of the Cloud Mountain and the Luopa Mountain. Some people left their houses and went to the railing. Wei Pai instantly appeared beside the barefoot old man. Wei Pai was also puzzled. He asked softly, "What's this?" Kui Cheng said with a straight face, "It's just a martial artist breaking through the 5 realms. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning." Wei Pai felt helpless. "Then you, Kui Cheng, a martial artist of the 10th realm, should completely suppress the smile at the corner of your mouth." Kui Cheng's expression suddenly turned solemn. He muttered to himself, "Kid, don't be afraid of making a big deal out of it. Whether you're a martial artist or a sword cultivator, no matter how reasonable you are, you should at least have some dignity, right?" Wei Pai felt a headache coming on. Kui Cheng frowned and said, "What are you spacing out for? Help me conceal my aura." Wei Pai hurriedly waved his sleeves, starting to circulate the mountain and water fate. Kui Cheng suddenly laughed heartily, slapping the railing with his palm. Wei Pai had also heard about the conversation at the end of the Dragon Rider Alley. He was stunned speechless. Was this still the Chen Pingan in his impression? At the end of the alley, the sword fairy on Chen Pingan's back had already unsheathed itself. The tip of the sword touched the ground, standing upright beside Chen Pingan. After Chen Pingan opened his eyes, he placed his palm on the hilt of the sword and looked into the distance. He smiled and said, "It's my business whether I want this martial arts fate or not. If I don't come, of course I can't." His mind moved slightly. The sword fairy returned to its sheath. When Chen Pingan finished his words, in the immortal graveyard, a bright white rainbow as thick as the mouth of a well appeared from the ground of the martial temple, flying towards Chen Pingan. During the whole process, a few more thin rainbows appeared and gathered in the air. At the end of the alley, Chen Pingan did not retreat, but advanced. He slowly walked back to the Dragon Rider Alley and caught the white rainbow with one hand, collecting as many as it came. Finally, he rubbed his hands together, forming a shining dragon pearl. When the pearl was born, Chen Pingan had already walked to the door of the shop. Sharu seemed to have been defeated by the pressure of heaven, squatting on the ground and shivering. Only Pei Qian stood in the shop in a daze, confused. Chen Pingan stepped over the threshold, holding the shining pearl that was slowly rotating in his palm. He walked to Pei Qian, bent down and smiled, "Catch it." Pei Qian stretched out her hands. Her eyes were as bright as the sun and moon of a blessed land. Chen Pingan put the pearl made of martial arts fate in Pei Qian's palm, and it disappeared in a flash. The world returned to silence. Pei Qian suddenly burped and said in a daze, "Master, what is this?" Chen Pingan smiled, "One of your principles." Pei Qian wiped his mouth, patted his belly, and said with a bright smile, "Master, it's delicious. Do you have more?" Chen Pingan bent down again, pulled Pei Qian's ear, and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" Pei Qian smiled, "You can have more. If you don't, it doesn't matter." Chen Pingan was about to speak, but he seemed to be pulled by someone and disappeared. He came to the bamboo house of Luopo Mountain and saw the old man and Wei Pai standing there. Wei Pai smiled and clasped his hands, "Congratulations." Kui Cheng said expressionlessly, "Not bad." Chen Pingan was slightly relieved. It seemed that he could indeed go to the colorful clothes kingdom and the comb water kingdom. If he went now, he could eat a bowl of stir-fried meat with winter bamboo shoots made by the old woman and treat Senior Song to a hot pot. However, before Chen Pingan could be happy for long, the old man had already turned and walked into the house, saying, "Come in." I'll let you, a great grandmaster of the 6th realm, see the glory of the 10th realm. Now that you've seen it, it won't be too late to leave when you can get out of bed and walk. Wei Pai ran away without saying anything. Only a sorrowful Chen Pinggan was left. Pei Qian actually didn't understand what had happened. When her master came and left for no reason, she put her hands behind her back and walked behind the counter. Looking at the female ghost who was still squatting on the ground, Pei Qian jumped onto a small stool. Feeling bored, she took out a yellow paper talisman from her sleeve and slapped it on her forehead. Then she turned to Sharu and said, "Coward." For 67, it was rare for Zhu Lian's courtyard to be so lively today. Wei Pai did not leave Luopa Mountain but came over to play chess with Zhu Lian. There were 2 exquisite chess jars on the table. They were imperial items that Chen Pinggan found during his travels. They were not cheap, but they were pleasing to the eye. When he returned to Luopa Mountain, he gave them to Zhu Lian. Wei Pai was good at chess and often came to play chess with Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian liked to watch Sui Yuyu and Lu Baixiang play chess. He pretended to be a bad chess player, but in fact, his chess skills were quite good. Although Zheng Dafeng's body was damaged in Old Dragon City and his martial arts path was cut off, his eyesight and intuition were still there. He guessed that it was most likely Chen Pinggan who caused the commotion, so he rushed over from the foot of the mountain. The boy in green and the girl in pink were watching the game from the side. The former was blindly giving advice to old chef. Zhu Lian was also completely uninterested in winning. When the boy in green told him to place his piece, he really did it. Naturally, the game went from being balanced to being at a disadvantage, and then from being at a disadvantage to being defeated. This made the girl in pink anxious. She was the incarnation of the fire python of Jilan's Cow Clan's library. After she gained spiritual intelligence, she had nothing to do for hundreds of years. She spent all her time reading books to relieve her boredom. She did not dare to say anything about waiting for the imperial decree or being a national player, but she could still see the general direction of the game clearly. Center Yuanji also came over to join in the fun after finishing her training. She had a good impression of the godlike Mr. Wei. It couldn't be helped. Mr. Wei was too good-looking. Center Yuanji's closeness was not a romantic relationship. Center Yuanji only felt that it was a gain for her to even look at him. She treated it as admiring the beautiful scenery and pleasing to the eyes. This young girl probably did not know that on this Luopo mountain, other than the young mountain master who was a little strange and scary, the old immortal Zhu she trusted the most was not a 6th realm peak martial artist, but a real remote travel realm martial artist. As for the man who was even more hunchbacked than old immortal Zhu, the so-called Brother Gale, he was once a peak martial artist. As for the barefoot old man in the bamboo house, he was a legendary ultimate martial artist. 8, 9, 10, all of them. With the help of the little boy in green, Zhu Lian lost the game without any suspense. The girl in pink complained incessantly. The little boy in green glanced at the miserable game of chess where the dragon was slaughtered and clicked his tongue. Old Chef Zhu, losing a game of chess is still an honorable defeat. Zhu Lian nodded, raised his arm and said, "That is indeed the case. Next time, let us brothers work harder. If we work together, we can cut through gold." The green-robed little boy beamed with joy. After Zhu Lian raised his hand, he hurriedly rubbed Zhu Lian's arm. "Old chef, you might not know, but my hand has immortal qi. Isn't that right, Wei Pai?" Back then, he had slapped sect master Lu Chen's shoulder twice. If this news were to spread to White Jade Capital, regardless of whether one was an immortal or a heavenly monarch, who would not give him a thumbs up and praise him as a hero? Wei Pai smiled and said, "Are you itching for a beating again?" The green-robed little boy rolled his eyes. The green-robed little boy did not hide his resentment towards Wei Pai, the disloyal god of Dallas Northern Peak. Back then, for the sake of Huang Tinggua's brother, the Yujiang water god, he had tried to ask the Dali imperial court for a peace and quiet board. However, he was rejected everywhere, especially when it came to Wei Pai's side. Therefore, whenever there was a game of chess, the green-robed little boy would stand on Zhu Lian's side and cheer him on. If not, He would give Zhu Lian 120% of his strength. He wished he could defeat Wei Pai and make Wei Pai kneel and beg for mercy, losing so badly that he would never touch a chess piece again. In short, with him present, the game between Zhu Lian and Wei Pai had nothing to do with leisure or elegance. Zhu Lian suddenly said, "Have you two really decided?" The green-robed little boy snorted with his nose in the air. "If we don't hurry up, we'll be killed by Chen Pinggan." The girl in pink nodded lightly. It turned out that they now had their own names. They were not natal names, but names that Chen Pinggan said might be added to the ancestral hall's records in the future. The green-robed little boy named himself Chen Lingjun and the girl in pink Chen Ruchu. Zheng Dafeng teased, "Chen Lingjun, what's that? I think I'll call you Little Ching Ching. It's easier to call you that." The green-robed little boy did not stand on ceremony with Zheng Dafeng. "Brother Dafeng, what do you know?" Zheng Dafeng chuckled. "I know you." The green-robed little boy said angrily, "Stop nagging. Let's fight on the chessboard if you have the ability." Wei Pai sneered. "You're asking to be humiliated." Zheng Dafeng was eager to try. He rubbed his hands. "Let's make a small bet for fun. But you're good at chess. You can't give me a handicap. Give me a handicap of 2 or I won't bet with you." The green-robed little boy was skeptical. He frowned. "A handicap of 2? Aren't you looking down on Brother Dafeng? How about a handicap of 1? Wei Pai laughed out loud. Zhu Lian slapped his forehead. Zheng Dafeng had dug such an obvious hole and was still jumping in with all his might. Zheng Dafeng held back his laughter. He did not want to bully this silly little boy. He waved his hand. "Forget it. We'll talk about it next time." Zheng Dafeng's chess skills were simple. When Zhu Lian and Wei Pai played chess, Zheng Dafeng would help whoever won. Perhaps Zheng Dafeng was not a wise man, but he definitely had the qualifications to be one of the smartest people in the Pearl Grotto heaven. The green-robed little boy glanced at the girl in pink. The latter shook her head gently. Only then did he come to a sudden realization. Mother **K, this guy Zheng Dafeng was also quite crafty. He had almost ruined his reputation. Center Yuanji left silently and continued to practice her martial arts. During the day, she would choose the green hills and clear waters on Luopa Mountain. Alone, she would practice the 6-step stance. At night, she would stay in the courtyard. At the very least, she would be closer to old Immortal Zhu's residence. She didn't have to worry about being molested. She wouldn't be able to cry out for help. The green-robed little boy looked at the sky and decided to go to the town's shop to find Pei Qian. The girl in pink bowed to Zhu Lian and the rest. She asked the green-robed little boy to wait for her. She did not have enough melon seeds in her pocket. After Center Yuanji and the 2 little guys left, Zheng Dafeng said, "After this breakthrough, it's time to leave the mountain. It's good to be young. No matter how busy you are, you don't feel tired." Zhu Lian smiled. "Brother Dafeng is young and handsome. He just lacks a wife." Zheng Dafeng stretched out his hand and gestured twice. "Brother Zhu, don't say such things. It's easy to make people hate you. I think you two have contributed a lot to Chen Ping'an's eagerness to travel." Wei Pai stood up with a smile. "I have to get busy with the banquet. In another 10 days, it will be noisy and troublesome." The courtyard returned to silence. Zhu Lian began to tidy up the chessboard. Zheng Dafeng sat in Wei Pai's original position and helped to put the pieces back into the chessboard jar. Zhu Lian said, "Guess, after my young master breaks through, will he talk to you? If he does, how will he start?" Zheng Dafeng said, "He will most likely go to the foot of the mountain to find me. He wants to ease my mind so that I won't feel awkward. But he probably won't talk much. He will probably just drink with me. Actually, I hope that this kid won't look for me. How many people do you think there are on Luopa Mountain now? If he works so hard, when there are more people in the future and he has a mountain sect, will he be able to take care of everything? Will he still cultivate? Brother Zhu, you are the best at persuading people. If you have the chance, you should find Chen Pinggan and have a heart-to-heart talk." Zhu Lian tidied up the chess pieces and said sadly, "It's difficult." Zheng Dafeng said for no reason, Wei Pai plays chess. He has a good sense of propriety. Zhu Lian grunted and did not say anything more. Zheng Dafeng said gloatingly, now that Chen Pinggan has broken through, that arrogant junior sister of mine in the medicine shop is probably going to suffer again. Zhu Lian smiled and said with some regret, Center Yuanji won't be much better. Zheng Dafeng said sneakily, if Chen Pinggan really said that at the Cloud Padding Mountain, then the Xie family's Maya will be the worst. Zhu Lian nodded and said, in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, there are a few men in the larger Jianghu sects who were not hurt by their senior and junior apprentice sisters when they were young. It seems that the vast world is not much different. Zheng Dafeng did not know why, but he thought of the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City. There, he spent his time flipping through books and basking in the sun. Holding the back of his head with both hands, Zheng Dafeng thought of a certain innocent girl who drank a large jar of medicinal wine. It was extremely bitter, but she could not help but drink it. But in the end, when he thought of the girl who often wandered in front of his eyes, Zheng Dafeng was so scared that he shivered. He swallowed and put his hands together as if he was apologizing to someone. He said silently, Miss, you are a good girl, but I, Zheng Dafeng, really do not have the fortune to enjoy it. Zhu Lian looked at the bamboo house. Zheng Dafeng asked, how about a bet? Did Chen Pinggan walk out horizontally or vertically? Zhu Lian smiled and said, my young master's martial arts are unparalleled, wise, and powerful. Of course he walked out horizontally. Zheng Dafeng said helplessly, then what's the point of betting? But in the end, out of Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng's expectations, Chen Pinggan walked out of the bamboo house unscathed. Then Chen Pinggan sat at the stone table by the cliff for the whole night. It was not until dawn that he went back to the first floor and slept soundly. For the next 2 days, Zhu Lian continued to enjoy life on the second floor. Chen Pinggan really went to find Zheng Dafeng, but did not see him. After a little hesitation, Chen Pinggan returned to the mountain. Then, at the sword room of the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, one after another, messages for Chen Pinggan were received by flying swords. First, there was Liu Jimao's reply from the Verdant Canyon Island, saying that Hong Su of the Chunting Mansion was no longer a female official in the mansion and had returned to the Zhuxian Mansion as a gatekeeper. Liu Larocheng said to let nature take its course and that the Verdant Canyon Island could only guarantee that she would be safe for the rest of her life. Then, there was the news of the reconstruction of the Hengbo Mansion, but Zhongyi took the wrong medicine and actually left the Verdant Canyon Island. He only asked for a low-grade offering jade tablet, an immortal's secret manual, and a transcendent artifact. Then, he ran off to a small, nameless sect in the Yuluo Mountains, changing his name and becoming a guest elder. In the end, Liu Jimao gave Chen Pinggan 2 choices. He had promised that if he survived this crisis, he would give him a great gift. So, Chen Pinggan could either wait for him and have someone bring the gift to the Longquan County, or he could simply settle the 2 debts he owed the Verdant Canyon Island's secret storehouse. Chen Pinggan's reply was concise and to the point. It was 3 words, we're done. Chen Pinggan did not ask about the fate of Lord Tian Hu and the others from the White Scale Island. The second letter was from Liu Zhongruan of the Pearl Hairpin Island. She told Chen Pinggan a secret. The old granny of the Gold Core Earth Immortal had a decaying gold core and was only holding on with her last breath. Her heart had been stretched taut for too long. When the situation at Calligraphy Lake was settled, not only did the Pearl Hairpin Island not suffer, they even gained a lot of benefits. Her heart suddenly relaxed. After the great worry and joy, she was completely exhausted and passed away at the beginning of autumn this year. In the letter, Liu Zhongruan confessed that the old granny advised her not to be calculative about the money of the water hall's secret medicinal pills. So, she hoped to make another deal with Chen Pinggan. Pearl Hairpin Island also wanted to learn from the high and mighty Jade Gui sect and migrate some of their cultivators and disciples to the northernmost Longquan County of the Dali dynasty. There, they could stay away from trouble and cultivate in peace. So, whether Chen Pinggan wanted to rent a piece of land with good feng shui or sell it to the Pearl Hairpin Island, he could name a price. Even if she had to sell everything, she would still agree to it. She would definitely give Chen Pinggan a copper coin less. Chen Pinggan's reply was also very straightforward. He said that he would not sell the mountain, but he could rent it. However, even if she immediately set off for Dali after receiving the letter, he would most likely have left the Longquan County by then. She only needed to find a person named Zhu Lian in the Luopa mountain to discuss this matter. Ji can also send a letter. She roughly described the current cultivation progress of Seng Yi and Ma Duyi, as well as the estimated amount of divine money needed for the first grand ritual of Ju Tian. She wrote down the amount of divine money needed for each step clearly. Chen Pinggan replied with a letter, saying that the first amount of divine money would be sent to the calligraphy lake so that the three of them could travel in peace. Then, he could not help but remind them of some trivial matters. After reading the letter, even Chen Pinggan himself felt that he was indeed long-winded. It was very much in line with the style of the accountant of the Qing Xia Island. Before sending the letter to the Oxhorn Mountain, Chen Pinggan glanced at the bamboo box in the corner. There was still a charcoal cage brought back from the calligraphy lake inside. Then there was a letter from Guan Yiran. This son of the Guan family, who was born in Dallas Top Tycoon, jokingly said in the letter that when Dong Bancheng of the Longquan County came to Pond City, in addition to the rice wine that was exclusively brewed by Dong Shuijing and sold far away in the capital of Dali, he also had to bring a pot of good wine from Chen Pinggan. Otherwise, he would not open the door to welcome guests. After receiving this letter, Chen Pinggan went to Mount Fengliang to find Dong Shuijing. They ate a large bowl of wonton and talked about this matter. What should be said, regardless of whether it was good or bad, he told Dong Shuijing clearly according to the prepared draft. Dong Shuijing listened carefully and did not miss a single word. When he felt that it was a key point, he would repeatedly verify it with Chen Pinggan. This made Chen Pinggan even more relieved. He wondered if he could also say hello to old Long Cheng. In fact, he could mention the Fan family and the Sun family. Whether it would succeed or not, it still depended on Dong Shuijing's own ability. However, after thinking about it, he still planned to wait until Dong Shuijing met Guan Yiran. Bad things were not afraid of early, good things were not afraid of late. After Chen Pinggan left Mount Fengliang and returned to Mount Luopo, he happened to see Center Yuanji walking along the mountain path from afar. Chen Pinggan did not greet her. He was afraid that if he raised his hand and made a sound, this girl would think too much. He never thought that Center Yuanji, who seemed to be looking straight ahead but was actually looking at the young mountain chieftain from the corner of her eye, would let out a sigh of relief when Chen Pinggan deliberately climbed the mountain from the other side of the path. However, because of this, the faintly discernible fist intent on her body was also broken. Chen Pinggan could not help but stop. He turned his head and said softly to her, "Miss Center, when practicing fist intent, the most taboo thing is to break the thread of pure true qi." Center Yuanji stretched out a hand and placed it behind her back, as if she wanted to hide her graceful figure as much as possible. She probably felt that the intention of this action was too obvious. Worried that she would anger the young mountain chieftain who could not control his gaze, she slowly turned her body and pursed her lips. She did not speak, nor did she look at him. Chen Pinggan had no choice but to silently turn around and climb the mountain. When he reached the outside of the bamboo house, he heard the commotion. Zhu Lian was probably using all his strength to punch inside the house. He was facing Kui Cheng's golden body realm with great difficulty as a far-wandering realm practitioner. From time to time, the bamboo house would rumble loudly. Chen Pinggan sat at the stone table, almost wanting to eat melon seeds. At dusk, Pei Qian and the two little fellows who were officially named Chen Lingjun and Chen Ruchu returned to Luopa Mountain together. Sharu said that she would just help look after the shop, so she did not follow them back. The little girl in pink sat at the table with her head lowered, feeling somewhat guilty. The little boy in green casually sat opposite Chen Pinggan and asked with a smile, "Master, what do you think of my new name? Is it awesome? Is it domineering?" Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. "It's very good." Then he turned his head and said to the little girl in pink, "Yours is also very good." Only then did the little girl in pink raise her head and smile bashfully. The reason why she chose this name was because she hoped that her relationship with her master would remain as good as it was for a long time, just like when they first met. However, Pei Qian was not satisfied with the two fellows acting on their own accord. He grumbled, "Master, every family has its own rules. I feel that they need to be taught a lesson." "Forget it, let's not talk about Chen Chujian. She's silly and can be pardoned. But master, you don't know this fellow Chen Lingjun. When he goes to the shop in town, he can't wait to carve his name on the tables and stools." The little boy in green crossed his arms. "With such a bright name, if you didn't stop him, as long as he filled the shop with my name, I guarantee that his business will be booming and he'll be rich." Chen Pinggan laughed angrily. "Don't give me any more trouble." The little boy in green suddenly became listless. Chen Pinggan thought for a moment. Is it because some of the mountain and river deities of Huangting country will also be participating in this night banquet? The little boy in green grunted and spread out his arms, sprawling on the table. The little girl in pink wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she still accompanied Pei Qian to eat melon seeds. Chen Pinggan said, "I'll inform Wei Pai later and ask you to go to Mount Cloudy and stay by his side to participate in this banquet." The little boy in green raised his head and asked in confusion, "Why do you want to waste such a favor? Even if I pretend to be a hero, it's not real. As long as someone asks me to do something, I'll be exposed immediately." Chen Pinggan smiled. "I have my own plans. I can let you be in the limelight without worrying. All you have to do is drink." The little boy in green did not believe him. "You're not lying to me." Chen Pinggan reached out and grabbed a handful of melon seeds. "Forget it if you don't believe me." The little boy in green jumped up and went behind Chen Pinggan. He smiled mischievously. "Master, are your shoulders sore?" Chen Pinggan replied, "My shoulders aren't sore, but my head hurts." The green-robed little boy withdrew his hand resentfully. It was rare for him to be embarrassed. He casually found an excuse and went to look for the black snake to have fun. He glorified it by saying that he was helping his master to patrol the new mountains. Pei Qian turned to look at the back view of the little boy in green and sighed. What a child. The little girl in pink had just curled her lips when Pei Qian glared at her, causing her face to tense up. Chen Pinggan smiled. Why are they both surnamed Chen? Whose idea was it? The little girl in pink pointed in the direction that the little boy in green had left. His. Chen Pinggan was surprised. The little girl in pink asked with a smile, "Master, what were you planning to name us? Can you tell us?" Pei Qian interrupted, "You'll be called Little Muddle Ball and he'll be Big Silly Ball. That's how it is." Chen Pinggan flicked a sunflower seed and it hit Pei Qian's forehead. While Pei Qian was rubbing his forehead, Chen Pinggan smiled and narrowed his eyes. He slowly said, "I originally planned to name him Jing Qing. Qing means clear, and green means green. He likes to wear green clothes, and he likes water. Since water is clear, I picked a line from a poem, and that's how he got this name. I took it from the line Jing Yu Chu, refreshing the air. I think this line is a good omen, and it can be considered somewhat cultured. You, on the other hand, are called Warm Tree, which comes from the phrase warm rhythm hidden urge, deep valley harmony, yellow oriole fluttering, suddenly moving fragrant tree. Two people, two lines. Both of them take a line from the beginning to the end and end well from the beginning to the end." The little girl in pink was about to cry. She seemed to think that her master's name was better. Chen Pinggan consoled her hurriedly, "Your current names are even better." The little girl in pink stood up without a word. She bowed to Chen Pinggan and left. She must have gone to her residence to cry secretly. Chen Pinggan raised his hand and tried to persuade her to stay, but he was unable to do so. Chen Pinggan glared at Pei Qian, who was eating sunflower seeds without a care in the world. "Why aren't you following her?" Pei Qian nodded and chased after the little girl in pink who wished her name was Chen Nuan Shu. Chen Pinggan sighed. If he had known this would happen, he would not have shown off his pitiful talent. Chen Pinggan clapped his hands and stood up. He was prepared to go to Cloud-Splitting Mountain and tell Wei Pai about the little boy in green. He had to show some sincerity when he was asking for help. Moreover, he wanted to walk around Linlu Academy and see if he could coincidentally bump into Gao Xian. However, a cool breeze brushed past his face. A person in white was already standing beside Chen Pinggan. This uninvited guest sat down on a stone bench and began eating sunflower seeds. This could be considered as birds of a feather flocking together. Chen Pinggan joked, "You have to refine that thing and are busy with the night banquet. Yet, you still come to my place every day. Do you really think Luopa Mountain is your home?" Wei Pai waved his hand. "It's not a problem. I'm different from you. You're busy when you can, but I'm not busy when I can." Before Chen Pinggan could speak, Wei Pai said, "Leave Chen Lingjuan's matter to me." Chen Pinggan said, "Thanks." Wei Pai smiled playfully. Chen Pinggan smiled. "I'm just being polite with you." Wei Pai asked, "When are we leaving?" Chen Pinggan felt a little regretful. "We really can't delay any longer. We can only miss this night banquet." Wei Pai said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. I can hold another one every 10 years. Chen Pinggan stretched out a palm. "Don't. I can't afford this infamy." For this kind of banquet, not only did the Dali Imperial Court mobilize a large number of people, but they also had to prepare gifts out of their own pockets. If even the slightest bit of news is leaked out, I can forget about staying in Longquan County in the future. Wei Pai shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with you." Chen Pinggan looked at Wei Pai. Wei Pai nodded slightly. Chen Pinggan did not say anything else. Because this meant that Wei Pai could successfully refine that glazed golden body fragment within 10 years. Wei Pai could rely on this opportunity to have a chance to ascend to the upper 5 realms. With just the word "have a chance," he could steadily suppress the 5 Dali mountain gods from before in terms of momentum. At that time, he would be even more justified. The Dali court and the people on the mountain would naturally not have the slightest objection. The mountain gods ruled over the mountains and rivers of the land. They were originally similar to a saint overseeing a small world. They could naturally ascend to a higher realm. If Wei Pai really broke through the bottleneck and ascended to the unpolished Jade realm, the significance and far-reaching impact would be even more immeasurable. Chen Pinggan felt that apart from the rare glazed golden body fragment, Wei Pai being able to untie the knot in his heart, or some kind of new expectation, was also very important. Wei Pai stood up. "Chen Pinggan, thank you." Without waiting for Chen Pinggan to speak, Wei Pai added with a smile, "I'm being polite with you." It disappeared in a flash. Chen Pinggan looked up at the sky. Unknowingly, the moon was already bright and the stars were sparse. He often liked to hide in the mountains and rivers, but when night came, he would bring the stars and moon. Wei Pai was so carefree. He was really envious. A few days later, as if they had agreed, a group of visitors came to Luopa Mountain. They were all cultivators from the powers of the neighboring mountains. They were either staying in the Immortal Mansion to cultivate or staying here to better communicate with the Song clan of Great Li. Most of them were Golden Core Earth Immortals, and even the weakest were Dragon Gate cultivators. Chen Pinggan's current treatment of people might not be flawless, but it could be considered that there would not be any major mistakes. However, 2 groups of guests that Chen Pinggan did not expect came. They were acquaintances and could also be said to be friends. They came from the north and south. The ones who came from Dallas capital were a group of 3 people. When they found the shop, Sharu happened to be there. In the end, both sides were wary and probed each other. Later, Sharu returned to Luopa Mountain and reported the news to Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan immediately brought Sharu down the mountain and went to the town. Of course, Pei Qian was beside him. When they arrived at the shop in Dragon Riding Alley, the other party almost did not recognize Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan did not find him unfamiliar at all. The blind old Daoist priest was still the same. He carried a peachwood sword that he had cut out and had a string of silver bells hanging on his waist. His Daoist robe was old and he was wearing straw shoes. Of course, it was difficult for business to take the initiative to come to him. The old Daoist priest's Daoist name was Shen Guzi. He knew some Daoist thunder techniques. He traveled around with 2 picked-up disciples, but he did not get any advantage over the wedding dress ghost. He almost died. He also shared hardships with Chen Pinggan. When they parted, the blind Daoist gave them a mountain search map that was handed down by his sect. Chen Pingan gave the lame boy who carried the banner a snake gallstone. The round-faced girl nicknamed Ju her blood could be used as the extremely rare talisman spring of the talisman sect, so her face was pale all year round. It was just that the little cripple was now no different from a young man. Ju was also much taller. Her round face was also thinner. Her face was ruddy. She was a slender girl. Li Baoping talked to Chen Pingan about Ju last time at Cliff Academy, saying that she missed her very much. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket and Ju were very congenial. The little cripple and Ju did not dare to recognize Chen Pingan. On the one hand, they had not seen each other for about 7 years. Chen Pingan had changed from a straw sandal boy with a hatchet to a young man in a green robe with a sword. Even if he cultivated well in Luopa Mountain, he was still slightly thin. It was just that his cheeks were not as scary as the Bookslip Lake. Otherwise, the 2 disciples of the old Daoist would not dare to recognize him. They finally determined the identity of Chen Pingan. The blind Daoist was very happy. Chen Pingan smiled and asked them if they had eaten. When they heard no, he took them to the best restaurant in the town. At the wine table, the old Daoist took a sip of wine, stroked his beard and smiled. "Mr. Chen, why is Miss Wan not in the shop now?" When they parted that year, Chen Pingan asked them to look for Dragon Riding Ali and Wan Xiu when they came to the town. However, the old Daoist did not want to stay in the town at that time, so he still left. He wanted to make a big achievement in the capital of Dali and fight for great wealth. However, in the capital of Dali where there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons, the old Daoist did not want to reveal his disciple Ju'er's background. Therefore, they could not make a name for themselves at all. After so many years, they just earned some real gold and silver. A few thousand taels was considered a lot of money for ordinary people in the market, but for cultivators, what was a few pieces of snow? It was really disheartening. During this period of time, the old Daoist heard about the matters of Longquan County intermittently. Of course, it wasn't through the immortal newspaper of the Immortal Inn. He couldn't afford to stay there or buy there. It was all bits and pieces of gossip that didn't require money. As a result, the old Daoist pieced together a truth that made the 3 of them look at each other. Ruan Xiu, who served customers in the shop at that time, was very likely to be the only daughter of Saint Ruan Qi. At first, the old Daoist was not shameless to return to the town, nor did he dare to. After all, the little cripple came from a bad background and spent a few years in the capital. Now he really could not stay there anymore, so he wanted to go back to Longquan County to try his luck. He did not expect that he was lucky enough to meet the main character, Chen Pingan. However, people's hearts were like water. The 2 sides were originally just strangers who met by chance. The blind Daoist was also not sure whether he could stay in the town that was not what it used to be. Even if he stayed, would he really have a bright future? After all, so many years had passed. God knew what kind of character Chen Pingan had become. Therefore, the blind Daoist seemed to be drinking to his heart's content and talking about the tragedy back then as an interesting story, but in fact, his heart was beating like a drum. He kept thinking to himself, "Chen Pingan, hurry up and take the initiative to ask me to stay. Even if it's just a polite beginning, I will climb up the pole. I don't believe that you, a young man who can have a relationship with the only daughter of a saint, will be stingy with a few immortal coins. Are you really willing to be looked down upon by Miss Wan, who is unattainable to you and me?" Unfortunately, from the beginning to the end, Chen Pingan did not ask the old Daoist and his disciple whether they wanted to stay in Longquan County or not. Pei Qian and Chen Pingan sat on a long bench and almost did not speak. When Chen Pingan introduced her identity at that time, he said that he was his disciple, Pei Qian. Pei Qian almost could not help but say, "Master, you don't have the 3 words big mountain." Sharu did not come to the restaurant with them. Because Chen Pingan did not know the world and the blind Daoist really wanted to save some face for himself, he had to say goodbye after drinking and eating to his heart's content. Both sides stood on the street outside the restaurant. Chen Pingan then said, "I now live in Luopa Mountain, which can be regarded as my own mountain. Next time when you pass by Longquan County, you can go to the mountain to have a seat. I may not be there, But as long as you tell your Taoist name, someone will definitely receive you. By the way, Miss Ruan now lives in Shinshio Mountain because the ancestral hall of her Longquan swordsmanship sect and the main mountain are there. This time, I have just returned home from a long journey. However, when I chatted with Miss Ruan, she also mentioned you. She did not forget you, so you can go there and have a chat. The blind Daoist smiled and said, Sure, sure. Chen Pinggan had a good impression of the little cripple and Zhu. He smiled and said, Take care. I hope that our next reunion will not take so long. The little cripple carrying the big banner nodded. Zhu smiled and nodded. Pei Qian clasped her fist and said, The green mountain will not change, the green water will flow forever. See you again. The two sides said goodbye. The old Daoist left the town with his two disciples and walked slowly toward Red Candle Town. Chen Pinggan stood in place. Pei Qian asked softly, Master? Chen Pinggan rubbed her head and said, Of course, Master is willing to keep the three of them, but it is not easy to make a living. Things that fall from the sky are often not cherished too much. If you can't even put down your face, it means that you don't really have to stay in Longquan County to make a living. Moreover, once you stay, it means that it is a long-term thing. The more you get along, the more you can't mess things up. It is better for both sides to know each other from the beginning. Otherwise, in the end, I think it is a good thing, but the other side thinks it is not a good thing. Both sides have their own reasons. Then how can a gentleman break off friendship and not speak ill? Chen Pinggan sighed. Of course, it is also possible that Master is wrong, so Master will let Wei Pai keep an eye on them. If the other side really has some unspeakable difficulties and can't speak, or if they really encounter an insurmountable obstacle and don't want to implicate me, at that time, Master will send you to invite them back. Pei Qian nodded. It was not important whether she understood or not. Anyway, Master was always right. However, she was puzzled and asked, Why did Master deliberately talk to them about Sister Shoshio? Chen Pinggan smiled and said, Master still hopes that they can stay. Pei Qian was confused. She tried her best to think about this troublesome matter, but still could not understand the twists and turns inside. In the end, she sighed and stopped thinking about it. She had flipped through the almanac today, so it was not good to use her brain. Pei Qian suddenly lowered her voice and said, That old Daoist priest's eyes seemed to have been blinded by the lightning that was running around in his stomach. Chen Pinggan nodded. Lightning techniques are known as the head of all techniques. However, in our Aquarius continent, other than the Divine Grandeur sect and a few great immortal sects, the so-called 5 lightning techniques are all unorthodox techniques and belong to a very fragmented inheritance. Therefore, cultivating this technique will result in a backlash. After a long time, perhaps one's vitality will wither away, the Tao will collapse, or one's sword will go astray, using a certain aperture as a place to eliminate the disaster. For example, eyes will be blinded, intestines will rot, life source items will be corroded, and there are many other reasons. Pei Qian was speechless. Chen Pinggan said, Cultivation is not all about enjoying life. Pei Qian nodded vigorously. That's why I don't cultivate, I only practice martial art. Chen Pinggan pulled her ear. Pei Qian wailed, Master, I will definitely be more diligent in my stance walking. I will suffer more. Chen Pinggan then brought Pei Qian to the old school. Chen Pinggan stood outside the window. Pei Qian stood on tiptoe and rested her head on the windowsill, looking inside. Chen Pinggan asked, What do you think? Do you want to go to the school opened by the Chen clan in Dragon Tail Creek? Pei Qian didn't move an inch. He said sullenly, If Master wants me to go, then I'll go. Anyway, I won't be bullied by others. No one will call me charcoal or complain that I'm short. Chen Pinggan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said gently, If you really don't want to go, then you can study with Zhu Lian on the mountain. Zheng Dafeng is also fine. In fact, Zheng Dafeng is very knowledgeable. But I suggest that whether you like it now or not, you should go to the school for a while. Maybe you won't be able to leave at that time. But if you still feel uncomfortable at that time, you can go back to Luopa Mountain. Pei Qian asked, Is it wrong for me to go to the school to learn how to use swords? Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, No, you have to look like a student when you study. There was no room for discussion. As a master, no matter how much he doted on Pei Qian, the rules must be followed. A child was innocent and childlike. As an elder, no matter how much he liked the child, he could not really let the child be free and unrestrained in the years when rules were most needed. Pei Qian did not speak. Chen Pinggan said, "This matter is not urgent. Think about it before master goes down the mountain." Pei Qian still did not move. "If I go to the school, can master not leave?" Chen Pinggan stretched out his hand to press Pei Qian's head and looked inside the old school in silence. A child's small sadness was often like the wind and mist. When Chen Pinggan bought a stick of candied haws for Pei Qian, the two walked back to Luopa Mountain together. Along the way, Pei Qian had been laughing and asking questions. The blind Daoist was in a good mood. He told the little cripple and Zhu in private that they only needed to wander outside for a year and a half, and then they could return to Longquan County to make a name for themselves. Not long after the three of them left Longquan County, a pair of traveling men and women came to Luopa Mountain. They either traveled on foot to the famous mountains and rivers, or took the immortal ferry. After 5 or 6 years, they finally went from the Qinghuan Kingdom in the southeast of the Aquarius continent to the Dali dynasty in the northernmost part of the continent. Qinghuan Kingdom's Lion Garden, the scholar Liu Qingshan. Inverted Hanging Mountain Division's female champion, Liu Boqi. She had a Dharma saber, called Bai Shun. She was ranked 17th in the Inverted Hanging Mountain Division's saber room. Her life item was still a saber, called Jiozhua. Chen Pinggan and Liu Boqi could be said to have become friends after a fight. Of course, their relationship was not good, and they could not be considered friends. When they saw Liu Qingshan, they naturally chatted happily. Compared to Liu Boqi's domineering rampage in the Lion Garden, Liu Boqi was much more restrained in Luopa Mountain. Firstly, Chen Pinggan looked more and more strange now. Secondly, the stooped old servant named Zhu Lian was even more difficult to deal with. The third point was the most important. Not only was the bamboo building filled with immortal qi, it was extremely outstanding. Moreover, there was an astonishing atmosphere on the second floor. Liu Boqi was good at this point. She was not shy. "I am stronger than you, so I won't be polite with you." If they took turns to be romantic, she would not feel unhappy. She accepted it. Chen Pinggan led the two of them around Luopa Mountain and to the ancestral temple at the peak. Liu Qingfeng said that other than to see Chen Pinggan, they also wanted to be in a favorable position to see the powerful God's Night Feast. Of course, they would definitely go to Linlu Academy. Of course, Chen Pinggan agreed. He said that when the time came, he would arrange a suitable spot for the two of them to view the scenery at Linlu Academy on Cloud Pinning Mountain. It was a good thing that Liu Qingfeng was more heroic than when he was in the study room of the Lion Garden. Besides being a famous scholar, Liu Qingfeng was more heroic now. A hero might not be a saint, but which saint wasn't a true hero? A day later, Chen Pinggan realized that something was wrong. After seeing Zhu Lian, Liu Boqi actually called him Old Mr. Zhu. Moreover, she was extremely sincere. He did not ask Wei Pai, but Huangting Country's old dragon to arrange for Liu Qingfeng to stay at Linlu Academy. After that, Chen Pinggan and Zhu Lian returned to Luopa Mountain and asked about it on the way. Zhu Lian chuckled. This old servant was just speaking casually, using a phrase from a book. Liu Boqi appreciated it. Chen Pinggan was even more curious. "What do you mean?" Zhu Lian casually pointed to a lush green mountain. "I see how charming the green mountain is. I think she sees me the same way." Chen Pinggan was stunned for a moment, then he was very impressed. Wasn't this the only way Liu Boqi would fall for it? Chen Pinggan slapped Zhu Lian's shoulder. "You're so experienced." Zhu Lian said seriously, "You flatter me. A young phoenix is clearer than an old one." Chen Pinggan suddenly felt a little emotional. After leaving the mountain, especially in the North Continent, it would probably be a few years before he could hear the flattery of Luopa Mountain. Chen Pinggan quietly went to Oxhorn Mountain's immortal ferry in the middle of the night. Pei Qian actually knew, but she pretended not to know. Compared to the first time they parted for a long time, Pei Qian felt that it was actually okay now. It was just that her heart felt empty after her master left. For the first time, she really looked at the almanac and found that the day her master left Luopa Mountain was suitable for a long trip. Liu Qingfeng and Liu Boqi temporarily stayed at Linlu Academy. The night party was about to be held. And in Red Candle Town, there was another reunion. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket and Jua met again. It turned out that the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy arranged a study tour to observe the night party of Dali Beiyu. It was led by Mao Xiaodong, Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shuyi, Yu Lu, and Xie Xie. The blind Taoist still did not dare to take advantage of the situation. He followed his disciple Jua back to Longquan County. After all, the identity of the Cliff Academy's Saint Maro was too scary. At the top of Chidong Mountain, a slender girl in red was in a daze. She was no longer a little girl. Over the years, her temperament had changed completely. The lively little red bottle in the academy suddenly quieted down. She became more and more knowledgeable and spoke less and less. Of course, she also became more and more beautiful. There was the sound of birds flying in the air above her head. She looked up. What did the book say? The sound of birds passing is like persuading guests. The immortals call me to travel in the clouds. The wind was blowing and the rain was drizzling. In a mountain col near Yenji County in the colorful clothes country in the central part of the Aquarius continent, there was a young man in green, wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a sword on his back. 468. Hair, unexpected or not. The young swordsman in green robes with a sword on his back traveled through the familiar low mountain range. Compared to the time when he traveled with Zhong Shanfeng, it was like a ghost town with no life force. Now, there was not a bit of yin energy. Not to mention that it was a beautiful place with abundant spiritual energy, it was still green mountains and clear waters. It was far better than before. Moving forward based on his memory, he finally came to a familiar old house in the night. There were still 2 stone lions guarding the door, and it had changed slightly. Now, there were spring festival couplets hanging and painted door gods pasted on it. After knocking on the door, he waited patiently. An old granny bent over and held a lantern in her hand. She opened the door with some difficulty and saw a young man who took off his bamboo hat and had a bright smile on his face. He was quite tall, but a little thin. He also carried a sword on his back. He looked like a wanderer who had traveled far away. The old granny's face was pale. It was really scary in the middle of the night. She tried not to scare the visitors. After all, the house had survived the crisis and even benefited from the disaster. There was no need to deliberately scare away the ordinary teachers, lest they be implicated. The old granny asked softly, "Young master, do you want to stay the night?" The young man smiled and said, "Not only do I want to stay the night, but I also want to drink wine. I want a big bowl of fried meat with winter bamboo shoots as a side dish." The old granny was stunned. Then, tears filled her eyes. She asked in a trembling voice, "Are you young Master Chen?" The person who came was Chen Pinggan, who had traveled south alone. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Old granny, are you feeling well?" The old granny quickly grabbed Chen Pinggan's hand, as if she was afraid that this great benefactor would leave after seeing her. She raised the hand holding the lantern and wiped her tears with the back of her dry hand. She looked emotional and said, "Why did you come so late? How many years have it been? With my body, if young Master Chen didn't come, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. How could I cook for my benefactor? I have wine, I have all left for young Master Chen. You haven't come for so many years, but every year, you can drink as much as you want." Chen Pinggan put the bamboo hat under his armpit and gently held the old granny's hand. He said guiltily, "Old granny, I'm late." The old woman quickly turned her head and shouted, "Master, madam, young Master Chen is here. He really is here." Back then, in order to prolong his wife's life, the man who didn't hesitate to become a ghost servant, Yang Huang, was dressed in a scholarly robe. He quickly rushed to the door with a woman with a radiant expression. When the couple saw Chen Pinggan, they were about to kneel and kowtow. No amount of words would be enough to repay the great kindness of the past. Chen Pinggan wanted to stop the two of them, but his arm was held tightly by the old mama. It was obvious that she wanted Chen Pinggan to accept this great gift. Chen Pinggan could only give up. Yang Huang and his wife Yingying stood up. Only then did the old maid let go of her hand. Yang Huang and his wife smiled at each other. In the blink of an eye, the young man of the past had become a young master. Although he looked a little thin and haggard, he looked more like a true sword immortal. How nice. The group walked into the house. Chen Pinggan naturally helped the old granny close the door. Yang Huang and his wife smiled knowingly. The old granny who was robbed of her job was still a little grumpy. She said that this kind of rough work that didn't require much effort did not need to trouble young Master Chen. The old granny said that she wanted to start a fire in the kitchen and make a midnight snack. Chen Pinggan said that it was too late. They could talk about it tomorrow. The old granny didn't agree. She said that she wanted to personally cook a few dishes. She took it as a lack of hospitality and reluctantly considered it a welcome dinner for young Master Chen. Yang Huang pulled Chen Pinggan to the familiar hall and sat down. Along the way, he talked about the scene after Chen Pinggan left. It was all good. Yang Huang, who had almost fallen into the demonic path, was now able to return to the path of cultivation. Although he was destined to lose his bright future after his great Tao was delayed, compared to the ghost that was neither human nor ghost, the difference was like heaven and earth. One had to know that Yang Huang was originally regarded as a future Golden Core Earth Immortal in the Divine Grandeur sect and was heavily nurtured by the sect. After this incident, he voluntarily abandoned his great Tao for the sake of love. Yang Huang knew his own gains and losses, but he never regretted it. As for his wife, who was originally detained in the embroidery building, she recovered her appearance. On the path of cultivation, she was even luckier than her husband, breaking through a level. Thus, she could now stay in the embroidery building in the backyard and roam at night with her yin spirit. She was no different from a mortal woman. She no longer had to suffer the torment of the astral winds and the agitation of her spirit. Yang Huang asked about the young Taoist, Zhong Shanfeng, and the bearded swordsman, Xu Yuanxia. Chen Pinggan told him everything. Chen Pinggan also asked about the governor of Yanji County and the son of an official, Liu Gaohua. Yang Huang told him everything he knew. He said that Governor Liu had been promoted a few years ago and went to Tsai country to become the provincial governor of Qing province. He became a governor and brought honor to his family. His daughter was now a direct disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect. Governor Liu's promotion to the position of provincial governor might have had something to do with this. As for Liu Gaohua, he had taken the initiative to come to the house twice in the past few years. Compared to his previous debauchery, he liked to use the excuse of indulging in the mountains and rivers to not be willing to take the imperial examinations. Now, he had toned down his temper. However, he did not do well in the previous examination and was only a Duran. Thus, the second time he came to the house, he drank a lot of sorrowful wine and complained a lot. He said that his father had said that if he could not pass the imperial examinations, he could marry a wife and bring home. Chen Pinggan also asked about the cultivator, Mr. Fisherman. Yang Huang said that it was a coincidence. This old man had just returned from his travels in the capital and was in Yanji County. He also heard that he had taken in a female disciple called Zhao Wan. She was very talented. However, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. The old man also had some troubles. It was said that the leader of an immortal master in Tsai country had taken a fancy to Zhao Wan. He hoped that the old man would give up his disciple and promised a great gift. He was also willing to invite Mr. Fisherman to be a consecrator of the mountain, but the old man did not agree. Chen Pinggan listened quietly and asked, "What's the reputation of this immortal master? What's his realm?" Although Yang Huang had been a ghost for many years and damaged his soul and cultivation foundation, he was still a proud son of heaven who came out of the Divine Grandeur sect. In addition, he no longer had any burdens. Thus, he did not fear the leader of an immortal master in Tsai country. He smiled and said, "It's probably because he entered the Dragon Gate realm a few years ago that he became a little arrogant." Everyone in the mountain became impetuous and began to wantonly take in new disciples. The good and the bad are mixed together. Originally, the sect had a good reputation, but now, it's no longer the same as before. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, I understand. I'll ask around more. Yang Huang smiled and said, what I said is based on hearsay. It's not accurate. The wine and dishes were served on the table. The wine was brewed by himself with a lot of effort. The dishes also looked, smelled, and tasted good. The woman and the old granny sat down. This house was not so old-fashioned. Perhaps because she wanted Chen Pinggan to drink more, the old granny gave the master and Madame Tsai Country's specialty wine cups. She only gave Chen Pinggan a big wine bowl. Yang Huang stood up respectfully and toasted Chen Pinggan. His wife Yingying and the old granny also stood up. Chen Pinggan could only hold the wine bowl and stand up. He said helplessly, if this continues, I won't dare to be a guest next time. After Yang Huang finished the wine in one gulp, he said jokingly, we'll talk about it when benefactor comes next time. Chen Pinggan finished the wine in the bowl in one gulp. The old granny was anxious. She was afraid that he would drink too quickly and hurt his body. She quickly advised, drink slower. Drink slower. The wine can't run out of the bowl. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, Granny, my alcohol tolerance is not bad. I'm happy today, so I'll drink more. At most, I'll get drunk and fall asleep. The old granny poured wine into Chen Pinggan's bowl while still nagging, no matter how good your alcohol tolerance is, you still have to drink slower. If you drink slower, you can drink more. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, all right, then I'll drink slower. I'll listen to Granny. Chen Pinggan roughly explained his journey. He said that he left Tsai Country and went to Shu Shui Country. Then, he took the Immortal Ferry and followed the Dragon Path to Old Dragon City. He took the Cross-Continent Ferry and went to Inverted Hanging Mountain. He did not return to Aquarius Continent directly. Instead, he went to Tongyi Continent and then to Old Dragon City. He went to Qing Luan Country before returning to his hometown. Among them, Chen Pinggan did not mention the Great Wall of Sword Chi and Bookslip Lake after some hesitation. During this time, Chen Pinggan picked out some interesting stories to tell them. Yang Huang and the woman listened with great interest, especially Yang Huang, who was born in a sect. He knew that it was not easy to travel across continents. As for the old woman, no matter whether Chen Pinggan talked about the boundless universe or the trivialities of the streets and alleys, she loved to listen to him. That night, Chen Pinggan drank more than 2 catties of wine. It was not a small amount. This time, he slept in the same room as last time. On the second day, Chen Pinggan accompanied the old granny to bask in the sun and chat. Chen Pinggan, who was supposed to leave on the third day, was urged to stay by the old granny and stayed for another day. At dawn, the autumn rain continued. Chen Pinggan put on his bamboo hat and said goodbye to the 3 people at the door of the old house. However, the old granny said that although the autumn rain looked light, it was actually harmful to the body. She insisted that Chen Pinggan put on the green raincoat. Chen Pinggan had no choice but to wear it. As for the blade-strengthening gourd that revealed his identity as the Sword Immortal, he naturally gave it to the old granny. Before leaving, the old granny stood under the eaves and held Chen Pinggan's hand. Don't think that I'm talkative. I won't be willing to come again in the future. Chen Pinggan said softly, how can that be? I love wine and I'm greedy. Granny, you don't know how many times I've thought about the wine and dishes here over the years. The old granny lowered her head and wiped her tears. That's good. That's good. Chen Pinggan held his bamboo hat and said goodbye softly. He slowly left. After walking for a distance, the young swordsman suddenly turned around and walked backwards. He waved goodbye to the old granny and the couple. The old granny shouted, young Master Chen, don't forget to bring Miss Ning next time. She'll be a guest here too. Chen Pinggan blushed slightly and said loudly, okay. In the rain, the young man wearing the bamboo hat and the green raincoat gradually disappeared. The old granny was sad. Yang Huang was worried that she couldn't withstand the cold autumn rain, so he let the old granny go back first. The old granny waited until the young man's figure was completely out of her sight before she returned to the house. The old granny's voice was soft and gentle. She called softly, Husband? Then she felt a little ashamed and didn't continue. Instead, she apologized. Husband, please don't blame me for being vulgar. The thought in her mind disappeared immediately. She murmured, how can I let young Master Chen be distracted by these trivial matters? Husband, you did well by not mentioning it at all. We shouldn't be so greedy. Yang Huang held her hand and said with a smile, you're doing it for my sake. The old granny's mood suddenly became better. She said with a smile, husband, good people will definitely be rewarded, right? Yang Huang said, I'm not sure about other good people, but I hope that Chen Pinggan will be like that. The old granny smiled sweetly. I suddenly feel that young Master Chen is just coming to our house to drink. I'm very happy. Yang Huang nodded and said with emotion, it's autumn, but it's like a spring breeze. In the rain. Chen Pinggan took a slight detour and came to a mountain deity temple that the colorful clothes nation's imperial court had just added to the mountain deity register. He strode in. It was early in the morning during the autumn harvest. There weren't many pilgrims in the mountain deity temple that was built on the ruins of an obscene temple. Chen Pinggan took off his bamboo hat and shook off the raindrops. He stepped over the threshold. He no longer deliberately hid his fist in tent and chi. The local mountain deity immediately revealed his golden body. He was a tall and sturdy military general in armor. He walked out from the painted deity statue and anxiously cupped his fists and bowed, this little deity greets immortal master. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm here to ask if there are any cultivators in the nearby immortal mountains who covet the spiritual energy of that house. It was not the official language of the colorful clothes nation, nor was it the official language of the Aquarius continent. It was Dallas' official language. Now that he was familiar with the official language of Dali, all the mountain deities in the central region of the Aquarius continent had to have it. The mountain deity smiled awkwardly. He was about to think of a suitable excuse when the young sword immortal with a frightening aura put on his bamboo hat again. Then I'll have to trouble Master Mountain Deity to take care of me. The mountain deity only felt that a ghost door had closed. He immediately said, I don't dare to say anything about taking care of you. Immortal Master, don't worry. This little deity and Yang Huang couple can be considered neighbors. This little deity knows that close neighbors are better than distant relatives. Before Chen Pinggan cupped his fists and left, he reminded with a smile, just treat it as if I've never been here. This new mountain deity who was appointed by the imperial court of the colorful clothes nation was in charge of overseeing this precious land. He quickly nodded and understood. If he was not smart enough, he would not have the ability to fight for this delicious cake just by relying on his merits in life and merits after death. A deity ruling over a land was actually no different from climbing up the ranks of the officials. Chen Pinggan left the mountain deity temple. The mountain deity slowly paced back and forth in the main hall. He finally decided that he would not provoke that house in the future. No matter how much spiritual energy there was, it was not something he could take a share of. Chen Pinggan went to the colorful clothes nation's Tuoji County. He handed in a customs document at the city gate. It was a brand new household registration document that Wei Pai got him. Of course, it was still from Dallas Longquan County. He asked along the way and finally found out the location of Mr. Fisherman's house. It was a quiet alley with only the sound of rain. Chen Pinggan knocked on the door knocker. Soon, a tall and thin young man with a wooden expression walked out. After seeing Chen Pinggan, the young man hesitated, as if he was not sure of Chen Pinggan's identity. Chen Pinggan smiled and greeted, Zhao Shuxia. The young man was surprised and said, Mr. Chen. Chen Pinggan nodded and looked at the tall and thin young man. There was not much fist intent, but it was pure. He should be a third-realm martial artist for now, but there was still a long way to go before he could break through. Although he was not like Center Yuanji who could be seen through at a glance, Chen Pinggan liked Zhao Shuxia's intention more. It seemed that Zhao Shuxia had been practicing the six-step stance that he had secretly learned all these years. The young man was Zhao Shuxia, the one who held a hatchet to protect a little girl. Zhao Shuxia closed the door and led Chen Pinggan into the backyard of the house. Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, the stance that I taught you back then, Have you finished it 100,000 times? Zhao Shuxia was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. According to what Mr. Chen said back then, each time counts as one punch. All these years, I did not dare to slack off, but I was too slow. I only finished 163,000 punches. Chen Pinggan asked, have you ever fought with an enemy? Or been taught by an expert? Zhao Shuxia shook his head and said, never. Chen Pinggan was relieved. If Zhao Shuxia had been through many life and death situations, his fist intent would have been refined and polished, and his punches would have become faster and faster. After all these years, he should have more than 160,000 punches. But if he did not, then he could only punch slowly. Dripping water could penetrate a rock, and it would be difficult for him to move quickly. But Chen Pinggan was not worried about this kind of slowness. With the fist intent in his body, it was like the bowl of wine that the old woman handed over. As long as he held it flat, the wine would not run away. Bit by bit, the fist intent was in his body. But if his mind was slack, then the fist intent would be frivolous, and the wine would splatter everywhere without him noticing. It would be very difficult for a martial artist to break through the bottleneck of the three realms, from the three realms of body refining to the three realms of qi refining. Chen Pinggan had suffered greatly. Zhu Lu could not make it through on her own back then, and relied on the ointment of the Yang family's medicine shop to break through. And old Yang's new female disciple had relied on herself to make it through. She was also a female martial artist, but her martial arts future was as different as the clouds and mud. Zhao Shuxia led Chen Pinggan to the secluded backyard. The old man in a scholar's robe and a beautiful young girl stood side by side under the eaves. Zhao Shuxia smiled and said, Mr. Chen is here. Chen Pinggan took off his bamboo hat and saluted with a smile. Greetings, Mr. Fisherman. Then he looked at Zhao Luan, who could barely be considered a young girl. Luan, long time no see. The white-haired old scholar did not dare to recognize Chen Pinggan for a moment. The change was too great. Although it had been many years since they last met, the old scholar still found it hard to reconcile the slender and elegant young man in front of him with the image of the young man in a bamboo box. But the Luan from back then, with a face full of tears, crying and laughing, called out Mr. Chen with a trembling voice. As for Chen Pinggan, she could not be too grateful and miss him. All these years, she had been thinking about him. All the dullness, hardships, grievances, and happiness on the road of cultivation, she would always think of that person. Her brother Zhao Shuxia always liked to tease her. As she grew older, she hid her thoughts more and more, so that her brother's teasing would not become too excessive. Zhao Shuxia had a dull personality, and only with Luan, who was no different from his own sister, he did not hide it. The four of them sat together. When they reunited at the old house, they drank wine, and here, they drank tea. The tea contained wisps of spiritual energy, which was also for Zhao Luan's cultivation. For cultivators, the more talented they were, the smoother their path would be, and the more money they would need for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Mr. Fisherman, who killed demons and devils together in Yanji City, was surnamed Wu and named Shuoan. He was an old Confucian cultivator. Chen Pinggan had nothing but respect for him. Otherwise, he would not have dared to entrust Zhao Shuxia and Luan to the old man. It could be seen that the old scholar did not disappoint Zhao Shuxia and Luan. Moreover, Chen Pinggan felt somewhat apologetic these years. As his experience in Jianghu grew, he became more and more aware of the evilness of people's hearts. He knew that the so-called good deeds back then might have brought a lot of trouble to the old scholar. As long as one set foot on the mountain to cultivate, they would have no choice but to do so. If they were not in Jianghu, there would be fewer disputes and struggles that might involve life and death. If they were not on the mountain, they would be unlucky. They would not be able to experience the path of Tao and the wonderful paintings on the path of immortality. They would not be able to live a long and carefree life, but it was also a kind of stable fortune. Moreover, the better Zhao Luan's talent was, the greater the burden on the old scholar's shoulders and heart. How could he not delay Zhao Luan's cultivation? How could he ask for an immortal spell that matched Zhao Luan's talent? How could he ensure that Zhao Luan cultivated in peace and did not need to worry about the consumption of immortal money? In the past, Chen Pinggan would not have thought of these. Only after traveling thousands of miles and seeing hundreds of people and thousands of things could one truly understand how difficult it was to be a good person. Only then could one empathize with the countless sufferings of the world. Therefore, before entering the colorful clothes kingdom, Chen Pinggan first went to the ancient Yu kingdom and found the ancient Yu kingdom's imperial tutor, who he had a deadly feud with. Because he was worried that this spiritual monster with a high status would cause trouble for the old house. The assassination of the Brushing Water Kingdom had left a deep impression on Chen Pinggan. When he arrived at the capital of the other party's territory, it was very simple. Chen Pinggan went to find him and knocked him out with 3 punches. The other party was badly injured and at least 30 years of hard work and cultivation went down the drain. He then asked him if he wanted to continue pestering him and if he had the guts to send assassins to kill him. The ancient Yu kingdom's imperial tutor, who had the appearance of a scholar, was already covered in blood and dirt. He fell to the ground and said that he did not dare to. After all, there were 2 flying swords. One was hovering between his eyebrows and the other was pointing at his heart. Chen Pinggan then left. He purposely sat at a tea stall outside the capital of the ancient Yu kingdom. Chen Pinggan sat there and waited for the imperial tutor's next move. But there was none. Chen Pinggan then went to the colorful clothes kingdom. Chen Pinggan drank a mouthful of hot tea and went straight to the point. Mr. Wu, I heard that the cultivators of the colorful clothes kingdom want to take Luan Luan as a disciple. Wu Shuoan nodded and said worriedly, if that great immortal master really wants to impart immortal techniques to Luan Luan, no matter how reluctant I am, I will not spoil Luan Luan's opportunity. However, the great immortal master insisted that Luan Luan go up the mountain to cultivate. Half of it is because of Luan Luan's talent, and the other half, it is because of the great immortal master's son. He is a wastrel with terrible conduct. He met Luan Luan at a banquet in the capital of the colorful clothes kingdom. Forget it, let's not talk about such a dirty matter. If it really doesn't work, I will take Luan Luan and Shusha and leave the central part of the Aquarius continent. We will not stay in the colorful clothes kingdom. Chen Pinggan asked, what are the names of that immortal mountain and the father and son? How far is it from Yanji County? What is the approximate location? Although Wu Shuoan was puzzled, he still explained it clearly. The Hazy Mountain was more than 1,200 kilometers away from Yanji County. Of course, they had to walk on foot. Chen Pinggan drank a cup of tea and stood up with a smile, then I will go to the ancestral hall of the Hazy Mountain first. We will talk when I come back. It won't take too long. Wu Shuoan stood up and shook his head, young Master Chen, don't be rash. This matter needs to be discussed at length. The mountain protection formation of the Hazy Mountain is good at attacking, and there is a Dragon Gate Realm Divine Immortal guarding it. Chen Pinggan's expression was calm as he smiled, don't worry, I am going to reason with them. If I can't, I will talk about something else. There were some things that Chen Pinggan did not say out loud. A person could not always hold back the reasons that could be said at the moment. He would talk about it after talking about it. For example, the Hazy Mountain. Those that could not be said for the time being were left. For example, Zhengyang Mountain and the Shu family of Clearwind City. One day, it would be like pulling out a jar of old wine from the ground. As for how to reason, Chen Pinggan had both fists and swords. When he went to the immortal ancestral hall, he did not need to talk. Previously, at the bamboo house of Luopo Mountain, he had seen Kui Cheng's so-called martial arts of the 10th realm. He had also heard one of the old man's principles. It was just one sentence. Drinking wine with a reasonable person and punching an unreasonable person. This was the pugilistic world that Chen Pinggan should have. Boxing was not only used to fight on the bed, but also to compete with the entire world. It was to teach everyone to kowtow to you when they met a fist on the mountain. Chen Pinggan agreed with the first half of the sentence, but felt that the second half needed to be discussed. It was just that he did not dare to say that at the bamboo house for fear of being beaten up. At that time, the old man had the aura of a peak 10th realm. He was afraid that the old man would not be able to hold back and would really kill him. Wu Shuowen clearly still felt that it was inappropriate. Even though the young man in front of him, Chen Pinggan, who was already young, had performed extremely calmly and outstandingly in the Battle of Yanji County, the other party was an old immortal of the Dragon Gate after all. He was also the leader of a sect. Now that he had the support of the Dali cavalry, it was said that the next imperial tutor was in the bag. He was in the limelight for a time. How could Chen Pinggan barge into the sect single-handedly? In the pugilistic world, fists were often afraid of the young and strong. However, on the path of cultivation, it was not so. To be able to become a great cultivator of the Dragon Gate, apart from their cultivation, which one of them was not an old fox? Did he not have a backer? Zhao Shuxia was not too worried. He probably thought that Mr. Chen, who taught him fist techniques, could not be too strong. Zhao Luan was even more anxious than her master, Wu Shuowen. She did not care about her status and etiquette. She walked quickly to Chen Pinggan's side and tugged at his sleeve. Her eyes were red as she said, "Mr. Chen, don't go." Chen Pinggan looked at the old monk and then at Zhao Luan. He smiled helplessly and said, "I'm not going to die. If I can't win, I'll run." Zhao Luan burst into tears. "Mr. Chen, you just said that you're going to reason with them." Chen Pinggan was speechless. He gave Zhao Shuxia a look, wanting him to help comfort Zhao Luan. However, he did not expect this rash kid to be so stupid. He just laughed and stood there without moving. Chen Pinggan sighed. "Then sit down and drink tea again." Zhao Luan's teary eyes were even more hazy than the misty mountain. "Really?" Chen Pinggan nodded. She then let go of Chen Pinggan's sleeve and walked back to her seat timidly. Wu Shuowen also sat down and said, "Young Master Chen, there's no rush. I'll just take the two kids on a trip." Chen Pinggan asked, "What about Mr. Wu's family?" Wu Shuowen said, "I think a Dragon Gate cultivator would not be so shameless." Chen Pinggan looked at Wu Shuowen. Wu Shuowen lowered his head and drank tea. The old monk could only sigh. He knew that the trip was just to ease the guilt of Luan Luan and Shuxia. Chen Pinggan gently put down the teacup in his hand. In an instant, Chen Pinggan was no longer in the room. Wu Shuowen held his teacup and was stunned. Zhao Luan and Zhao Shuxia looked at each other. The green-robed man was already standing in the courtyard. The long sword on his back was already out of its scabbard. It turned into a golden rainbow and flew into the sky. The man tapped his toes and jumped onto the long sword. He broke through the rain and flew north. After the old monk came to his senses, he quickly drank a mouthful of tea to calm himself down. Since he could not stop him, he had no choice but to do so. Zhao Luan's eyes were dazzled. She quickly wiped away her tears. It was a moving scene. No wonder the young master of Misty Mountain fell in love with her at first sight. Zhao Shuxia scratched his head and laughed. "Mr. Chen is really something. He's going to the ancestral hall. Why is he in a hurry to buy wine?" It was noon on an immortal mountain. The rain poured down, making the sky as dark as night. Therefore, the appearance of the long golden line in the sky was very eye-catching. Moreover, it was accompanied by a thunderous sound. To the cultivators of Misty Mountain, blind or deaf, they knew that a sword immortal had come to visit their mountain. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.